Back here. Good evening. We'll call to order the Yreka City Council meeting for September 17th, 2023 for our closed session time slot here at 5:31. Do you have any public comment, Retta, online?
We do not.
No public in the audience, so I will close Good evening. Welcome to the Yreka City Council for October 17th, 2023. It is now 6:30. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, council members. And just a report, we have no reportable action on our closed session item we had tonight that we met at 5:30. So nothing to report out on. I just want to remind our everybody in the room to please silence your cell phones for no interruptions during our meeting at this time. And then before we start, we do have a request for a change in the agenda order. If it's okay with the council, Councilman Kaag would like to move item number 10, that's the City of Yreka Proclamation United Against Hate, move that in the place of item number 9 for the Yreka Travel Center and Hotel Development Plan Unit Development. So we'd like to switch those item if that's okay with the council. Okay. So we're going to be moving those agenda items to swapping their place and having 9 and 10 swapped. All right. Okay, so we'll go to item number 5. This is special presentations and or announcements. This time slot is for informational presentations, appointments and or awards to be presented by the city council or to the city council at this time. Mr. Ledbetter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do not have any presentations this evening.
Okay. Item number 6, this is public comment. Public participation is welcome and invited at all city council meetings. This time is set aside for residents to address the city council on matters listed on the consent agenda, as well as other items not included on the regular agenda. If your comments concern an item noted on the regular agenda, please address the council when that item is open for public comment. The city requests the persons addressing the city council refrain from making personal, slanderous, profane, or disruptive remarks. Council members, when recognized by the mayor, may ask clarifying questions of presenter, but no action may be taken by the city council during the public comment section of the meeting. Under the Brown Act, the city council is prohibited by discussing or taking action on any item not listed on the posted agenda. This time is set aside for residents to address the city council on matters listed on the consent agenda, as well as other items not included on the agenda. If your comments concern an item listed under the public hearing or new business sections of the agenda, please address the council when that item is open for public comment. Please speak into the microphone from the podium. The podium electronically adjusts up and down to accommodate the speaker. Please state your name for the record prior to providing your comments. Please address the council as a whole. If you have documents to present, please provide a minimum of 7 copies. These become public record. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes. Since council is unable to take action on issues not on the agenda, your matter may be referred to staff for follow-up. to be placed on a future agenda item. The public comment period is not intended to be a question and answer period or conversations with the city, the council, or the city staff. Do you have any public comment at this time?
Can you hear me?
Good evening, yes.
Oh, thank you. My name is Claudia East, and I'm a resident here in Yreka. I live at 520 North Oregon Street. I do not have an agenda item to talk about, but I did want to bring notice, because it is a public meeting, about the new proposed city water and wastewater document that I received as a homeowner in the mail. I have a couple of concerns that I think the city may want to consider, and I would hope that you would. The date of the proposed public information, I'm not sure what you call it, is on November 21st at 6:30 p.m. I find that very disconcerting. It's essentially a day and a half before Thanksgiving. People will be either out of town or getting ready for guests, and I don't think you'll be able to get a good audience. And I would hope that if that date stands, you might consider a second date either prior or after. And I would really suggest 2 dates. I remember several years back when we had the same kind of thing. I know Yreka gave the presentation maybe 10 years ago when we did some serious upgrades to our water system and the sewer system. She gave quite a good explanation, and it was very helpful. I also want to mention that the city in your website does have a listing of Resolution 2023-46, and it does say that you can submit a written protest if you disagree with the city's proposal. And if there were enough people to disagree, then perhaps the city would not follow forward on that exact issue. When I called the city today and I spoke with a representative who was very helpful and tried her best to give me answers, the city said there was a specific form we had to use. However, Resolution 2023 does not state we have to use a form. It just says we have to list the things. There is sort of a litany of things that we have to be sure we include, which I understand. But I think it's difficult. Many of the people who live here are elderly, and they may not be able to come down to the city to pick up this form. I was able to get it via email. They did email it to me, which I was very thankful for. It is not on your website, and I think it should be, although Resolution 2023-46 is, but difficult to find. The other thing about the protest letters that I feel is difficult is that no email or fax is allowed. And I understand you want a wet signature on the letters, which we can do by mailing USPS. However, my attorney will let me take other documents via email and thoroughly accept them. So I think if you want participation, you need to widen your scope. I think that the city water planning is probably something necessary, but I must say, as a retired person living on a limited income, I find that the proposed expenses that are going to be on my part are just way out of line. Maybe they're not, but I'll tell you, I've been retired for 20 years. And my spending power has been reduced by 53%. And my income has not increased by that amount. So I really think that it's going to be detrimental to the senior citizens and other hardworking people. And it's also very expensive just to get, what we're talking about is not the water usage, it's just having it at your house to use and turn on the faucet. I think that part is very expensive. course, the city can say we did not raise the water consumption rates, and no, you're not. But I think it's kind of a gray area, and it could be perhaps looked at in a little more gentle way. It also is going to severely impact the nonprofits who might own property. As a member of Yreka Preservation on the board, it's something we're going to be concerned about, and we hope we provide quality of life for the town. And I just would like you to consider these. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment at this time? Come on down.
Hi, my name's Don East. I also live at 520 North Oregon Street. And you just had the pleasure of listening to my beautiful wife. And I think you can all see how she takes great care of me. Okay. The main thing I wanted to talk to all of you today, city council members, as well as the people in the audience. And Claudia just mentioned it a minute ago. We were both high school teachers, and you guys are all government employees, right? There's a couple back there. No, you're sure you're not? Good. I hope you've made better plans than people who are public servants, I'll tell you. But anyway, when my wife and I retired, we had very excellent retirement. But like she said, we now have lost 50% of our buying power for what our retirement was. All of you are going to face that. Now, people in the audience, you may be in a different position. You may have, fantastic.
If you can address
incomes.
us as the council, sir. If you can address us as the council, please.
Oh, okay. Okay, people back here.
Thank you.
I'm
They can
bouncing
listen
back
but
to
yeah.
you. Yeah, okay. I guess the main thing I'm trying to say is I think we all need to consider when we look at the future. Inflation has been tremendous in this last short period of time. And unless you're dreaming, it's not going to get better. All the signs are it's not going to get better. So all I would ask as a senior citizen and some of the other people who are community people, community workers, some of this planning would be hopefully take them into consideration. Thank you for giving me the time, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Lorenzo Love. On this utility rate increase, it's only going to be a matter of time before the state imposes water restrictions on us again. They've done several times in the past. It's going to happen again because this long drought is not over. We just had a little respite from it this year. This rate structure does not encourage water conservation. I only pay 10 to 20% of my utility bill in consumption. I think you should turn it around so at most of the utility bill is based on consumption, and that would encourage people to conserve water. Because right now there is zero incentive to conserve. This would also eliminate or reduce the burden on people on fixed incomes. They can just stop using so much water, stop watering their lawns. So I think you need to relook at the basic of how.
Hold on, Lorenzo. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can we not have? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. we have a speaker at the podium. Please do not talk because it is interfering with his time. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
You just should reconsider what you're trying to do with this rate structure. If you just want to gouge the public for money, that's fine. If you want to encourage less water consumption, which the state is going to mandate eventually, change it so the burden is on water consumption and not on the basic hookup.
Thank you, Bronson.
Thank you. Any other public comment at this time? Okay. Does somebody else have public comment? No, okay. We'll move on to item number 7. This is the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine and non-controversial and will be enacted by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. A, approval ratification of payments issued from September 25th, 2023 through October 6th, 2023. Approval of minutes of the regular meeting held October 3rd, 2023. Motion to adopt resolution 2023-50 of the Yreka City Council of the City of Yreka, State of California, authorizing the filing of a grant application for community planning and development pathways to removing obstacles to housing FR-6700-N-98. D, motion authorizing Yreka's police chief, Mark Gilman, to enter into a multi-jurisdictional memorandum and understanding recognizing the city's participation in the North State Major Investigation Team, NSMIT. The recommended city council action before you is the motion to adopt the consent agenda of the city council of the City of Yreka as presented. What are the wishes of the council?
I'll make that motion as presented.
I have a motion by Councilman Kaeg.
I'll second the motion.
And I have a second from Councilman Baker. I will take roll call. Councilman Kaeg,
Aye.
Councilman Davis, Councilman Baker,
Yes.
Pro Tem Councilman McCoy,
Aye.
and I, Middleton. The motion passes 5-0. All right, number 8, no old business, so we will move on to item number 10 will be item number 9. Now, this is our city manager. This is the title for Yreka City of Yreka, I'm sorry, Proclamation United Against Hate. The City Council of the City of Yreka adopted the Proclamation United Against Hate on October 18th of 2022 at the request of members of the public. The United Against Hate organization was created by civic leaders to empower residents to take action in their local communities and build inclusive and equitable communities for all. United Against Hate Week is November 12th to the 18th, 2023. Is a call for 7 days of local civic action by people in the community to stop the hate and implicit biases that are a dangerous threat to safety and civility of our neighborhoods, towns, and cities. Mr. Ledbetter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Yreka City Council. This is Jason Ledbetter, the city manager for the city of Yreka. So as stated by the mayor last year, this proclamation was passed by the city of Yreka on October 18th. And what was passed is brought back to you with date changes and the change of the mayor's signature line. This would be the same exact proclamation that was passed last year. And ultimately, we had a member of the community that will be speaking here this evening after I read the proclamation that brought this item forward last year and has requested the item again this year. And so without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and read the proclamation, and then we'll have Molly come up to the podium and address the council. So this is the City of Yreka Proclamation United Against Hate. Whereas the City of Yreka was founded on the homeland of indigenous tribes and settled by immigrants from around the world. We seek to protect, honor, and uplift the diverse cultural traditions of every citizen from the original inhabitants of the land to our newest arrivals, offering goodwill and equal protection under the law. And whereas this nation enshrines the principles of equality through its many anti-discrimination acts, including the 1964 Civil Rights Act, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that all people of our community, regardless of race, nation of origin, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, age, or disability, enjoy the freedom to work, receive an education, worship, and celebrate without fear. And whereas racism and bigotry yield unequal outcomes for housing, education, employment, criminal justice, and healthcare, the city's governing body of elected officials must model inclusive behavior at every opportunity. And whereas hate crimes are on the rise around this nation, silence and apathy are inappropriate responses wherever racially motivated hate-based taunting, bullying, verbal abuse, or intimidation are observed. It is a fact that an attack against one individual or a group of individuals is a crime against the well-being of this entire community. Whereas by supporting education to bring understanding and compassion to a population which is ever growing in diversity, we seek to build bridges rather than acquiesce to the politics of fear and divisiveness. Therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and members of the city council of the city of Yreka join the nation in proclaiming November 12 through 18, 2023 as United Against Hate Week. The city of Yreka stands steadfast in our commitment to foster an inclusive civil environment where everyone in our community is treated with dignity and respect. And so without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and ask Molly to come down.
First of all, I'd like to thank the city council for last year's signing of the proclamation, which Jason just read to all of us. And I'm really grateful to your commitment to upholding the tenets of this proclamation and your support for Yreka's very first United Against Hate Week in 2022. As I was preparing for the meeting, I realized this isn't just a formality for endorsing a proclamation for 2023, but it's actually important to read this annually to the city council and to members of our community in a public forum such as this. We need to be reminded of our duty to uphold and fight for the protection of civil rights and to take actions to diminish the voices of hate. Last year, as I was doing my research for an opinion piece that I wrote for the Siskiyou Daily regarding United Against Hate Week, I was horrified to find out that California State Attorney General's office released statistics revealing that hate crimes had increased 89% in 10 years between 2012 and 2022. In 2021, around the height of the pandemic, hate crimes against citizens of Asian descent had increased in California by 177%. In the most recent state reporting, hate violence is more likely to be directed towards those people who are transgender, Muslim, and Black in our California communities. So it seems that targets for hate can shift according to whatever the topic of the day is. And I was recalling when this whole issue came up last summer, the city council was actually receiving death threats because, as I recall, they were giving the news that the city was going to grow and that we were going to need additional housing, and we needed to plan for that. So, no one's really immune to this kind of behavior. The state of California's legislature is so alarmed by the rise in hate crimes that they have funded the California Civil Rights Commission to open a phone line and a website where non-emergency acts of hate can be reported and victims can be connected to supportive services. This more thorough approach to data collecting will help the state address, respond, and prevent hate activity more effectively and connect victims to appropriate social services. This campaign was launched actually just in May of this year, and it's known as California versus Hate. Their website is caversehate.org, and the city of Yreka has the opportunity to partner with them. As I did research today to prepare for this meeting with the city council, I was disheartened. Rather, it was heartbreaking. You know, what I gleaned doing my research. We live in a small city where we walk to the dentist, walk to our library, we walk to our city council meeting, we can meet our friends on the street, grocery stores. But sadly, it's now easier for me to imagine that the type of violence we hear of on the news could actually happen here to one of us. But who is us? You know, the faces of Siskiyou County have changed considerably in the 40 plus years that I have lived here. We, like the rest of the country, are becoming more diverse in our skin color, our culture, our country of origin, as well as the open expression of sexual and gender identity. Today, I read a news report that I missed because I was out of state when this violent act occurred in Southern California this past August. Many of you probably heard about it. A white woman of exactly my age was murdered in her small town near Lake Arrowhead for raising a pride flag in solidarity for people of the LGBTQ community. And she replaced it every time it had been torn down. Vigilantism is on the rise, whether it be by groups or individuals. I find that really unnerving. But I'm going to end on a positive note. Last year, when I was distributing the Yreka Stands United Against Hate posters, I learned that those very small but eye-catching all are welcome rainbow stickers that have been showing up on merchants' doors around town were a Yreka High School student's senior project. And I thought it was a really brave action, and those stickers ended up opening doors for me, because when I walked into a business with our United Against Hate poster, I knew I would be welcome. That student planted a seed, and it is growing. I received an email about a month ago from the United Against Hate Week organizers. They wanted to let me know that they were contacted by a Canadian who was so impressed with Yreka's posters that they had reached out to the organization for information on how to bring United Against Hate to their own community in British Columbia. We live on an interstate. It reaches from Mexico to Canada. We don't live inside a bubble up here on the North State, minding our own little business. We have a prime spot on the map, and the examples we set, whether good or shameful, are noticed. So I want to make the positive impressions that, you know, ripple for good out beyond our state line, and in this case, even beyond the borders of the United States. So thank you very much. We look forward for United Against Hate Week 2023.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Want to go to council first for public comment? Or to go to public comment? Okay, so we'll go to public comment. Any public comment? No public comment? Okay, I'll go to city council members for any public comment or questions. Councilman Baker.
Thank you, Mayor Middleton. So I just have a couple of questions. And for, first of all, Mr. Jared, can you explain to us I just lost my word. A proclamation, does it hold any legal weight or any legal requirement whatsoever?
No, but it expresses a policy intention by the council. But no, it does not set a standard. It does not set a rule. But it does express what your opinions are about a particular topic.
Thank you. And not to put the chief of police on the spot, but I am just wondering, Chief Gilman, do you have any statistics that you can share with us about the number of hate crimes in Yreka?
I apologize. I don't. I didn't realize that we'd asked for them. I'm sorry. I can try and bring them up another time if you want. I don't have any with me tonight. No.
Yeah, I would just be curious about that. And I don't mean to put you on the spot.
That's okay.
I did not ask ahead of time. I just thought maybe you would have those off the top of your head.
I brought different stats tonight.
I look forward to hearing those.
Okay.
And you know, I think that this is just a very sincere document. But my concern is that it is just non-specific, and somebody's idea of taunting, bullying, or verbal abuse or intimidation, it concerns me because we just really don't know what that is. We really don't know. And a discussion that I have with a family member that's outside of our home, somebody could overhear that and think that I'm bullying my younger brother, so to speak, about an issue. And so I do have concerns that this is pretty non-specific, a pretty non-specific document. And also as a council, I mean, we took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the United States and of California. And those documents have non-discriminatory clauses in them, as well as all of our city policies, our city contracts. And so I just cannot support this at this time. I think this stuff is already covered in very specific terms. And thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Baker. Any other questions or comments? You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Councilman McCoy.
thank you, Councilwoman Baker, for those words. I appreciate that. This is Councilman McCoy. As I recall, last year when this proclamation was first brought to us, it was done because some kids were I don't want to call them kids, some Yrekans were saying nasty things, foul language, and that sort of thing about one political party. Hate, unfortunately, in our country is running high. Democrats hate Republicans, Republicans hate Democrats, liberals hate that aren't not at one period hate conservatives, conservatives hate liberals. We have a lot of unrest in our cities. I will share again, as what I shared last year, is that my daughter, who lives on the East Coast, sees her Asian friends and her Asian people that she works with being slapped, slugged, called dirty names. And it's not once or twice, it's regular. It happens regularly. That this is in a larger city on the East Coast. The proclamation that we looked at last year was a proclamation that was, in my opinion, more specific. I am the only one that voted against it. Yes, I voted against it because it was watered down. And I know Molly wondered why the heck I voted against it. I did share with Steve that, but it was so watered down. It was not in the intent at which Molly had brought and the intent in which it was meant to be. This document, again, has no, as our attorney has said, it has no legal recourse, but it shows that we as a city, not city employees, not within the city government, but we as a city of Yreka support tolerance. That is what it shows. And I know that all human beings can be intolerant at times. And and I was having a discussion with a member of the public today, and hate tends to eat people up. Those people that harbor hate, hang on to hate, it's just nasty. It ruins you in your job. It ruins you in your personal life. And there are a lot of people I know in my 30 years of working in education in the state that I had people that worked with me that they just harbored ill will. I'm not saying they were horrible people. They just harbored ill will, and they were such great people, but they couldn't get over that. So, I am going to vote for it tonight, Molly. I did not vote for it last time, but I feel that we still have kept this thing watered down as much as possible. I think the one thing that we need to do, we are looking for growth. We know we're going to grow. We know we have at least 100 jobs coming in the next 5 to 10 years from one employer, and we have at least 80 to 84 jobs coming from another employer. We need to be a little more tolerant of each other. I'm not going to be the one that says somebody does that, hate crime. I'll leave that up to attorneys and attorneys general and things like that, and police. That's their job. It's not mine. But my job is to be more tolerant of all people around me, of all colors, of all sexes, of all genders. And again, having worked with special ed kids for 30 years, I have heard some of the nastiest things said about our students. And I don't mean in Siskiyou County. I mean, I'm in San Diego County and in Pearl County. So we need to be more tolerant. So, and that's, thank you for my time.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. Nothing from you?
Last time.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Councilman Davis.
I think the lack of hate, common sense, I don't think it's and we all on this board have common sense. So I don't.
Good. Okay. For somebody who's been on the receiving end of discrimination, hate, I'm very disappointed in your guys' remarks. That's my personal opinion. And if you don't think a city should support a document saying we should love thy neighbor, is very disappointing. And that's basically what it is showing that our town, along with several cities in California or throughout the world, has taken a week to recognize that we're standing up as a city to support our citizens, and that we're not going to tolerate. And common sense goes out the window pretty easy when people call somebody a racist name or what have you, whatever the situation may be. And some people don't follow the Constitution. We do, because we take that oath, but a lot of citizens don't go out there. They don't take an oath or hold the positions that we do. So yeah, last year was very hurtful to listen to some of our citizens get up here and speak. It was hurtful for a few of our council members to get up here and water it down and kind of give in to the extreme naysayers and the hatred that I've witnessed. So I give credit to Molly for bringing this forward and bringing the attention, and for the businesses to kind of take recognition of that this isn't tolerated, and that they recognize this document from the city, this proclamation, and welcome everybody into their business, which everybody should, but a lot of people don't. So I'll end with that. I am for this. I appreciate her hard work and bring attention to our small community. Because I have been on the end of some very hateful words and discrimination against me. And I know several people who have, whether it be their sexual orientation, whether it be their color of their skin or whatever, but it's ugly. And if we can, as a city, just adopt this and say, we're for all of our citizens and we're going to support this, whether it not mean what it's written on is beside the point, but it's showing that we stand up and we're for a better Yreka. Thank you. So with that,
So
I will,
I actually, Mr. Mayor, would like the opportunity, since you directly addressed me with that. I would just like to say that I too have been a victim of discrimination, harassment, and bullying.
It's not fun, is it?
It's not, but I don't think that this document is necessary. And what concerns me again is that somebody's opinion of what bullying is may cause great harm to someone. And, you know, the California Penal Code specifies what a hate crime is. And I am concerned again that this document is just too non-specific. And it could lead to further division in the community over debates over what is taunting, what is bullying, what is discrimination. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Okay. Thanks, yeah. Okay, we'll close public comment and go to the recommend city council. Oh. Oh,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you closed
Yes,
public
I did
comment
close.
before the council spoke. so-
yes. So the recommend city council action is the motion to adopt the Yreka City Proclamation United Against Hate as presented and proclaiming November 28th, I'm sorry, November 12th through the 18th, 2023 as United Against Hate Week. What are the wishes of the council?
This is Councilman McCoy. So moved.
Second it.
And I have a second from Councilman, sorry, I have a motion by Councilman McCoy and a second from Councilman Kaeg. I'll do roll call. Councilman Kaeg,
Aye.
Councilman Davis, Councilman Baker,
No.
Councilman Pro Tem McCoy,
Aye.
and I will be a yes. So I motion passes 3-2 with the nays coming down from Davis, Baker, the yays from Kaeg, McCoy, and Middleton. Thank you. All right, now we're going to go back to
Aye.
item number 9. Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
yes,
Mr. Mayor, I need.
let me
to-
read the title first.
Okay, go
They
for
told
it.
me I need to
Sorry,
read the
yes,
title first.
yes.
He's shaking his head. All right. So this is, okay, we can have quiet in the audience, please, so I can read the. Okay, this is title, Yreka Travel Center and Hotel Development Planned Unit Development Amendment. This is review of Planning Commission approval of Yreka Travel Center and Hotel Development Planned Unit Development Amendment and Conditional Use Permit, YMC, Section 16.60.070F. This is the appeal of variance 2021-45 filed by Darren Mercier on behalf of the Yreka Truck Stop, Holiday Inn Express, and A1 Investments LLC, YMC Section 16.58.090. And Mr. Kaeg.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I have to recuse myself from this due to financial conflict on the opposing side, so. Unfortunately, that's where I stand. Legally, I have to.
All right. And right, if we can note that Mr. Kaeg is going to be recusing himself from this agenda item due to a financial reason due to the opposing side of the agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Kaeg, and we'll resume when he.
Sorry.
Nope, that's okay. Okay, we'll resume now. So applicant for North Yreka LLC seeks to amend the plan unit development PUD permit 5-98, use permit number 2883, use permit of the project and height variance, assessors parcel number 053 642 350 053 642 360 053 642 370 and 053 642 380. The project proposes a 12,000 300 square foot convenience store, a food hall, a retail shop, a fuel center for automobiles and RVs, a separate fuel center for semi trucks, and a 99 space parking lot, phase one, and a 70 room, 3-story hotel with parking, phase two. The height variance allows the hotel building to exceed the maximum height limit of 35 feet for the commercial highway zone. Appellant Yreka Truck Stop Holiday Inn Express and A1 Investments LLC through the law office of Darren Mercier challenges the height variance and opposes the review of the Planning Commission Resolution 2023-06. Good evening, Mr. Ledbetter and Ms. Lakusi. Yes.
Would you like to do ex parte
Anybody-
communications at this time, city attorney?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask any members of the council, if you have engaged in ex parte communication, that should be shared with the council or the public at this time. Mr. Davis. Okay.
Both Mr. Murphy and Mr. Rollins, they were customers of mine when I was about 40 years. I know about them. Also, I attended the planning commission meeting up to the break. They discussed this travel center. Gentleman who called me on the phone, and I didn't quite catch the name, and he wanted to sit down and talk to me about the travel center. I denied that conversation because I wanted to hear the open section here, so that we all could hear what was said, and so after that. I think that's it.
All right. Okay. Councilman Baker.
I was approached by two members of the public at the grocery store over the weekend who just voiced their position. I didn't engage in any conversation with them whatsoever. I also received a phone call from a gentleman who identified himself as being involved with the Best Western Hotel, who wanted to sit down and talk with me about this issue as well. And I just called him back and said I was not able to discuss this with him. That was it.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Baker. Councilman Pro Tem McCoy.
Yeah, I have 4 ex parte things to share. That is in mid-September. I was fueling up at the Travel Plaza, and as I pulled out, a Mr. Kimball was painting the curbs red across from the on the west side of the street. I did not talk to him at the time, but I did run into him 8 to 10 days later in Walmart. I had all of his children in school at Jackson Street, and I just engaged him. I said, "Oh, I noticed you painting there," and he said, "Oh, he worked for the truck stop." That's as far as it went. On October 22nd, after the last meeting, Peter O'Brien and I were casually conversing. Peter is the chairman of the Planning Commission. And I asked him how the meeting went, long or short. He said it went, it was as meetings go, it was a little bit longer than normal. That was the extent of the conversation. In the last week of September, I was helping an unhoused or homeless person, if you will, that had gotten passage booked to South Carolina by way of North Carolina. Greyhound only went to North Carolina. That was the closest place to his house. At that time, that would have been the last week of September. I took the young adult up to the Travel Plaza to shower and to wash his clothes after my wife and I had purchased some new clothes for him so he'd have something to change into in preparation for a 3-day trip on a Greyhound bus to North and South Carolina. And that was around the last week of September. And then also, I was going to say, after I was at Rayleigh's, I believe I was getting a COVID shot. It was either COVID or flu. And the pharmacist at Rayleigh's, who is a friend of mine, and I were talking, and he had been at the meeting, and he just, again, basically very casually was speaking to me about it. He didn't ask for any favors. He's just sharing his ideas, and I listened. So those are the 4 ex parte communications that I've had.
Thank you, Councilman Coy. And I don't know, Mr. Chair, correct me, is Mr. Davis stated that he knows the attorneys. Of course, small town, I know both attorneys as well through boards, and also Mr. Rawlings was a tenant in one of the houses that I end up selling. He was not the owner, but never discussed the project. But do we have to disclose that we know them? Okay, I just want to make sure, because small town, we do know the gentleman. So, okay, then I just have one that happened recently. And I forget her last name. She ran for council. What's Jackie's last? Twilliger. Jackie Twilliger saw me in the store. She expressed her opinion about the project. I did not engage one way or the other. Just listened to her. Did not have conversation in detail. Rather, anything about the project. And then I did hear from, it's probably the same gentleman everybody else heard from. Oops. His name's Mr. Lowell, I believe, at the Holiday Inn Express, reached out to me, wanted to meet me on individual one-on-one to talk about the project. I declined, texted him back and told him that he was welcome to come to the city council meeting and provide any information or anything that he may have regarding the project, but I declined to meet with him. That's it for me.
So thank you all for identifying those. Any of the conversations that any of you had with members of the public, it would be important to identify, if you recall, who those people were and what the gist of that conversation was.
You want to make it first? Yeah, mine's easy. So Jackie Twilliger just she stated that she was for the project. I did not engage at all, whether I was against for any details regarding the project. And that's for me. And again, for Mr. Lowell, he called and I text message, it's right here on record. Text message back stating that it was not meeting individual and he was welcome to come to the meeting. And that was it. Who wants to go? You want to go?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I'll go. I ran into Jackie Twilliger at Rayleigh's, and it was the same as Mayor Middleton. She just expressed her support. I didn't engage her in any activity. I also received a phone call from Mr. Lowell wanting to meet with me to discuss the project. I called him back and just invited him to the meeting tonight and told him that I was not able to talk with him about it.
Mr. Davis? Okay.
You want
Councilman
names?
McCoy?
You wanted the names you said. Okay, yeah. So said, yeah, yeah. So again, I talked to the pharmaceutical doctor. His name is Balmick. I call him B. The only a very short conversation, because like I said, I was either getting medicine or getting one of my 2 shots that day. And he and I always chat when I go in there about all kinds of stuff. And what we chatted about, and it was very short, but was just chatted about different usages for the property. For, you know, and which he also chatted about electrical energy and things for the city of Yreka, you know, as far as electric cars go and that sort of thing. As far as, let me go back here. Again, with Peter O'Brien, with Peter O'Brien, that's the only one I chatted with about the meeting on October 22nd. It was about how long or short the meeting went for the most part. And then we both kind of decided not to talk about it. It wasn't appropriate. And Mr. Kimball, I don't know his first name. But I do know, as I said, that I had 3 or 4 of the kids in his family that were at Jackson Street. I remember that because one of his daughters, we sent her to Michigan State for the National Gate Conference. And the only thing I did was I saw him painting, and I hadn't seen him for a long time, and I left. But then when I ran into him quite by accident, I believe it was in Walmart, I just said, "Oh, you were out painting curbs. I saw you out there the day." And he goes, "Oh yeah, I work for the Travel Plaza." And that was the extent of the conversation.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. We're all good?
Can I
Okay,
add something? I'm sorry.
Okay, back to Mr.
The
McCoy.
4th instance, when I was with the unhoused, we were just at the Travel Plaza. We weren't necessarily talking to people. We were trying to get showered. He was trying to get showered, get his clothes washed, and then I was gonna take him to Medford to catch the bus. So it wasn't, I mean, if I saw anybody, we said hi, that was it. We didn't talk about anything other than hello. And it was non-specific who I spoke to, because people know that I talk a lot.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCoy. All right,
All right, thank you.
all right, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me today. I have to be here, I guess. Thank you for the consideration. As we stated, there's 2 items on your agenda tonight. One is in relation to the city's planned unit development ordinance, which requires an automatic review of the city council of the planning commission decision. Outlined in your staff report for your actions is that you may affirm the decision of the planning commission, modify the decision. You may reverse the decision, which would essentially deny their proposed approval. Excuse me, or you may request additional study and refer the item back to the planning commission. The second item that you'll be asked to consider is a variant or a appeal was filed post planning commission decision on the variance item, as well as general opposition to the PUD use permit approval by the planning commission. And that item is up for your decision as well. You may grant the appeal, which would deny the variance. You may deny the appeal, which would affirm the variance, or you may modify the variance or its conditions thereof. So going through, this is a proposed application, number 2021-45 from 4 North Yreka LLC, which is the applicant that we'll be referring to throughout the staff report and the project, for an amendment to a planned unit development, also known as a PUD permit 5-98 and associated use permit number 2883. The use permit for the development and a height variance for assessor parcels numbers, as you've read them before and are within your packet and the resolution. The application proposes 2 phases, herein referred to as the project. The first is a 12,300 square foot building consisting of a convenience store, food hall, retail shop that will be open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. That is just for the convenience store portion of that building development. A fuel center with 8 dispensers for automobiles, a separate fueling center with 4 dispensers for semis, RVs, and travel trailers, and a parking lot, which includes electric vehicle charging stations. Phase 2 is a 70-room, 3-story hotel and parking. The height variance would allow a 43-foot, 4-inch building to exceed the maximum height limit of the 35-foot for the commercial highway zone. The Planning Commission approved Resolution 2023-06 that approves the proposed amendment with conditions, issues a use permit and approves the height variance. As I stated before, an appeal letter was submitted on September 20th, 2023 within the 10-day appeal period outlined within our municipal code by the Law Office of Darren Mercier on behalf of the Yreka Truck Stop, Holiday Inn Express, and A1 Investments. And so the Planning Commission heard a number of findings that are related to issuing a PUD. So within the municipal code, the planned unit developments go through a use permit process. So we rely upon the 7 findings that we use to issue a use permit application. I will not go through all of the findings tonight unless our city attorney gives me that look, but I will go over the major concerns that were voiced at the Planning Commission in which they considered and discuss those here tonight. Excuse me. First of which, one of the concerns is related to the traffic circulation of the site and surrounding area. And so the neighbor property owners had expressed concern about additional freight traffic generated by the development impacting the flow of freight traffic into the neighboring truck stop. And so a series of conditions of approval were recommended to the Planning Commission and accepted to address the neighboring property concerns, which is above and beyond the final environmental impact report analysis in the traffic area. So this item did go through California Environmental Quality Act compliance. And so they prepared a initial study and then a focused environmental impact report, both items of which were certified by the Planning Commission prior to their issuance of an approval for the use permit, planned unit development amendment, and the height variance. The height that they are requesting was analyzed within the environmental impact report for aesthetic impacts. Actually, that was within the original initial study, and we found that the impacts to aesthetics was less than significant in terms of the aesthetic pieces. But in terms of traffic analysis, we went through the CEQA analysis, which provided us a baseline analysis of the congestion as well as vehicle miles traveled, which is the accepted CEQA metric for impacts on transportation now. Level of service is not typically accepted as the vehicle transportation impact, but we did include it within the analysis based off of the number of freight units coming through that area. And we did that based off of projected traffic counts related to the types of the developments and the flow of traffic to each of the phases. Phase 1 is the only phase of the project which accommodates freight traffic. The hotel does not accommodate freight traffic. It is designed for single occupancy vehicle owners as well as electric vehicle owners. And so the projected traffic is based on the proposed use of the properties, and those would not change with any proposed increased width that we are proposing within the conditions that were accepted by Planning Commission. So beginning at conditions 7 through 47 of the proposed conditions of approval, these all would address potential issues surrounding the site plan design and maintenance, loitering, vehicle camping, on-site camping, which includes the parking overnight, litter, alcohol sales and consumption, noise, lighting, security, and traffic. So going through, as we said before, traffic was a primary concern for the neighboring property owners. So we spent the majority of the time with the conditions of approval around those items, which Planning Commission confirmed. And in addition to the piece here, we did propose a condition to widen the private road to 45 feet, which would not conflict with our CEQA analysis. This would basically take the subpar existing road width and it would increase it to meet the city's adopted standards, which is the City of Reading standards that requires a minimum road width for that type of road to be 48 feet. And that would service the existing and proposed development. The condition of approval would require the applicant to widen the street to meet the adopted city code on their property. And that is illustrated on the amended site plans that have been provided to you in print. And there is a print copy here for the general public to review. It was not within your packets or available online due to trademark issues with new changes in laws with public records for architectural details. And so you can see there that they have all of the applicant has accepted all of the conditions of approval and are in favor of those to move forward. And so we have advocated for the 45-foot width, which was accepted by Planning Commission, as well as increasing the second driveway that facilitates the freight traffic, as well as RV and travel trailer traffic. We've recommended and the Planning Commission accepted to increase that to 45 feet to allow a larger swing of freight, recreational vehicles, and travel trailers. In addition to those concerns, we also have two requirements. One is to provide signage at the first entry to indicate that RVs, travel trailers, and freight fueling will be at the second entrance. And then the second sign would be past the second entrance towards the south of the property at the corner to indicate that it is not a through street and traffic is not allowed past that except for deliveries. It is not built for that. Excuse me. It's a long report and I'm trying not to take 45 minutes like I did last time. So as we stated before, this is condition number 2 that had most of the comments related to it. And we feel with the recommended conditions of approval, the proposed uses would be operated or maintained in a manner that would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or which would be materially injurious to properties or improvements to the vicinity. And that was approved by the Planning Commission as submitted. So moving through the conditions of approval, the other item that was brought before us was finding number 5, which is that the standards of the population density, site area and dimensions, site coverage, yard spaces, heights of structures, distance between structures, and off-street parking and off-street loading facilities will be such that the development will not generate more traffic than the streets in the vicinity can carry without congestion and will not overload utilities. And so we provided, this is page 86 of your packets, an analysis of all of the utilities that service this. including electrical, which is studied within the environmental reports, stating that it would not have an impact on the existing electrical system. They will have to work with Pacific Power to have a meter put in and installed as part of the building process. There is no natural gas to this site, therefore there's no analysis pertaining to that. Stormwater runoff and associated pollutants are controlled through the adherence of the city's stormwater quality management and discharge control ordinance, which requires projects in Yreka to prevent pollutants from leaving the project site, in addition to compliance with the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, also known as NPDES, regulations, which also coincide with Municipal Code Chapter 12.40, which requires the preparation of a stormwater pollution prevention plan, also known as SWIPI. It's much more fun than the long word. In order to comply with the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board's general construction stormwater permit. So the project would result in an increase in impervious service, specifically the 12,300 square foot new convenience store building and the 17,032 square foot hotel and the large areas of paved concrete services. Currently, that area is vacant land and allows for standing water to percolate. But the project is part of the original PUD 5-98 stormwater system, which was installed at full capacity at the beginning of the first development within the project site. Our city engineer, as well as the Public Works Department, have analyzed the existing stormwater basin that was installed and found that that basin can accommodate the existing stormwater retention that is associated with this development, as well as the implementation of required best management practices through our NPDES permit. So because of these standards, as I said before, the existing stormwater basin and system and the requirement to prepare a SWIPI, we find that the project would not impact water quality and would not impact the stormwater system above what is already planned. The project would connect to private water and wastewater lines within the PUD that are owned and maintained by the PUD owners within their association, which then connect to city water and wastewater lines located in Highway 3, as well as there is a wastewater line for the RV park specifically out the south end of that development that would not be used for this project. The project water demand and wastewater impact were modeled by our CEQA consultant in coordination with the Yreka Public Works Department, which is PACE, and our city engineer, which is PACE Engineering. The modeling utilized the square footage of the proposed uses and the development and a water demand factor from the United States Geological Services and other sources. And so we've provided an analysis of that beginning on page 87 and moving into page 88. So based on our calculation, the project would use approximately at its most 271,612 to 278,612 gallons of water per day. And the city has water rights to provide approximately 7,799 acre feet per year. That equates to about 6.9 million gallons a day of usage. And Yreka has a current usage in the winter of 1.1 million gallons and in summer 3.8 million gallons. And that is actual, not worst case scenario. And so the water treatment facility does have capacity to treat up to 8.7 million gallons per day. Therefore, the overall water usage would not cause an exceedance of the water system, nor our water rights in which we have right now from the Fall Creek system. Additionally, the city has a development impact fee for public facilities, streets, water systems, wastewater collection, and stormwater drainage. Those are charged to all new residential, commercial, office, and industrial projects. This project would be required to pay these fees as applicable. The water system diff is used for water system improvements required because of new development within the city. As shown, the additional demand for the project would not result in the need for new or expanded water treatment facilities. The city's wastewater treatment plant is permitted to treat up to 1.2 million gallons average dry weather flow, ADWF. And the city currently produces approximately 0.8 million gallons ADWF. There were 2,789 wastewater system connections in 2017. In December 2017, there were 2,135 single-family connections, 192 multifamily, 436 commercial connections, 19 institutional connections, and 6 industrial connections based off of our 2018 wastewater master plan. The city currently has that was an update to the 2008 master plan. The city currently has approximately 0.4 million gallons additional ADWF before exceeding the permitted treatment capacity of the treatment plant. A typical estimate used for worst case scenario wastewater generation is to utilize 90% of the water usage as wastewater. This accounts for outdoor uses such as lawn watering, where the water does not end up becoming wastewater, as well as consumptive uses. Seasonal variations exist in water usage due to the lawn watering. Therefore, the 90% factor is applied as an annual average, with the knowledge that a greater portion of the 10% difference between water use and wastewater generation is likely used in the summer versus the winter. due to the increase in outdoor uses. The proposed project, based on 90% of the maximum projected water usage, could produce up to 250,751 gallons per day. The additional wastewater volume would not exceed the available 0.4 million gallons available at the treatment plant in the most severe scenarios. Therefore, the project would not exceed allowable wastewater capacity. And as stated before, they would also be paying the wastewater development impact fee, which would go to future projects to expand wastewater facilities. So the city Public Works and Pace Engineering analyzed the size, age, and condition of the sewer system from the project site to the wastewater facility. Both parties determined that the size and condition of these lines will not be exceeded by this project. So the FEIR spent a considerable amount of time and analysis on the potential impacts on the proposed development's transportation infrastructure. As I noted earlier in the report, the road serving the proposed project is a privately owned road by the members of the PUD Association. The road is currently engineered, as it is currently engineered, was analyzed for the potential increases in traffic. The FEIR analyzed and concluded that the private road would see an increase in peak AM PM hour traffic, but the increase in traffic would not degrade the level below a service level C, which is the minimum level of service required by goal CI.2 of the 2002 City of Yreka General Plan circulation element. The intersections that would see a reduced level of service below a C would be on Highway 3 Montague Road, and the impacts of the project on the traffic system surrounding the PUD would be mitigated to less than significant with the implementation of the mitigation measures outlined in the final environmental impact report. Mainly, they would have to produce an intersection control evaluation, also known as an ICE evaluation, for Caltrans, and Caltrans would have jurisdiction over that final report and the mechanism in which that would be installed. The FEIR requires at a minimum that the intersections at Highway 3 Montague for the on-ramp and off-ramp for Interstate 5 would have to be stop signs, and potentially would increase to a lighted intersection based on that ICE report. But at a minimum, the installation of four-way stop would, a four-way stop would be sufficient to accommodate this development. The design of the proposed project, with the inclusion of a condition to implement all mitigations outlined in the environmental document, would ensure that the project would not lead to an overload of utilities or congestion that would reduce the level of service below a C. Therefore, the proposed project with conditions would meet this finding. Traffic impacts discussed in finding number 2 analysis above also supports finding 5. The design of the proposed development with the inclusion of the conditions to implement all mitigations outlined in the environmental doc and conditions discussed in finding 2, specifically conditions 43 through 47, would ensure that the project would not lead to an overload of utilities or congestion that would reduce the level below a C. Therefore, the proposed project with conditions would meet this finding. Finally, the last piece that was brought before the Planning Commission as a specific issue, as well as that is noted in the appeal letter, is around finding number 6, which is that the combination of different dwelling types and or variety of land uses in the development will complement each other and will harmonize with existing and proposed land uses in the vicinity. So the original use permit, and this is at the bottom of page 89 of your packets, the original use permit number 2883 cited a full service restaurant in the proposed location for the project. Since the original formation of the PUD, subsequent use permits were approved by the city to add RV, recreational vehicle, retail sales, RV repair shop, and retail businesses established within a building consistent with C2, downtown commercial, and CH, commercial highway zones. Complementary uses can be defined as different uses of land or other resources, each of which benefits or supplements the others, where they exist together in the same area. The addition of the travel center and hotel within the PUD can be considered complementary under this definition. The proposed development includes convenience store, fast food restaurant, fueling station, and hotel uses that are allowed as use by right or permitted uses within the commercial highway zone. The convenience store and fast food restaurant are combined within the structure in phase 1 of the project, which fits the amended allowed uses consistent with retail businesses within a building approved in use permit number 4010 in August of 2009. The proposed hotel development would be immediately adjacent to an existing hotel development, which would be compatible and identical, which would be a compatible and identical use allowed within the PUD as per the city's codes. The proposed development includes uses that are allowed as use by right or permitted within the commercial highway zone and the amended PUD. The 2002 general plan and 2004 zoning code outlined allowed, conditionally allowed, and accessory uses that are compatible with each other and meet the purpose of the various zones throughout the city. The proposed development falls within the parameters of the general plan and zoning for allowed and compatible uses. Therefore, we proposed to Planning Commission, they accepted that the proposed development will harmonize with and complement the adjacent proposed uses within the PUD. In terms of the variance, the Planning Commission granted the variance as presented. Again, this is a package, so the variance would allow for an increase in height up to 43 feet 4 inches, and this is to complement the existing building's architectural height and scale. So the existing Holiday Inn Express is 45 feet in height, and so the proposed hotel requests to build the new hotel to 43 feet 4 inches to match the physical scale of that adjacent structure. And we feel that a strict interpretation of the CH height maximum onto the PUD where a 45-foot building exists is an inconsistent application of the zoning code in the PUD, therefore making finding 1 of the variance. And again, the other findings include the modification authorized will not grant a special privilege inconsistent with the limitations upon other properties in the vicinity and zone in which the property is situated. So as we said, discussed in finding 1, the proposed hotel increase to 43 feet 4 inches would not constitute a special privilege due to the adjacent hotel being a height of 45 feet, which is 10 over the allowed 35. The third finding is a strict application of the zoning code as they apply to such property will result in particular difficulties or unnecessary hardships inconsistent with the general purpose of such regulation and standards. The strict application of a 35-foot height maximum on a proposed development could be considered an inconsistent application of the zoning regulations in this circumstance due to the existence of a taller structure already within the zone and existing PUD. The purpose of a height maximum is to regulate the scalability of a development to ensure a cohesive landscape of buildings that are well matched in size and general shape. And so therefore we find that the strict application would result in a structure that would not fit the existing physical landscape of that area around the proposed development. And finally, the final finding for a variance is such adjustment will not be materially detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare, or to the use, enjoyment, or valuation of property of other persons located in the vicinity. The FEIR analyzed the proposed development at the requested height for potential impacts to aesthetics as stated earlier, and found that the proposed hotel development would not have an adverse impact on scenic vistas, scenic resources, or that it would degrade the existing visual character of the surrounding area. And based on the environmental findings, the proposed height would not be materially detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare, or the use, enjoyment, or valuation of the property of other persons located in the vicinity. In addition to that, we've recommended with the use permit that there be a condition of approval placed on all of the development that has a much stricter application of the city's existing code. And so the existing code requires downward facing lighting that does not pollute adjacent properties. We basically took that requirement and put stricter application to it with conditions that require a lux limit, which is a measurement for brightness. And so it cannot exceed a 0.25 lumen or lux in that circumstance. And therefore, we're just ensuring that this project, once it is built, does not have any light pollution on the adjacent hotel, which was one of the concerns that was voiced by a member of the public. So again, this was publicly noticed per government code sections 65090 and 65091. That is on page 91. And we've provided a copy of all of the public comments that we have received prior to this meeting in electronic format as well as printed format for your review, as well as opening up the public hearing after this. And so the Planning Commission at the September 20th, 2023 regular meeting opened the public hearing for the PUD amendment, use permit, and variance. The commission received comments from the applicant's representatives and the general public. The public hearing was closed after no other comments were voiced. The Planning Commission voted 3-0-1-1, Commissioner Autry recused and Commissioner Oland absent. The Planning Commission during discussion prior to voting expressed satisfaction with the analysis completed by staff and felt comfortable approving the project. And so that brings us into city council action for tonight. As I stated before, there are 2 items in front of you. City staff are recommending that you affirm the decision of the Planning Commission, but it is under your purview in section 16.60.070F of the Yreka Municipal Code that you may, as I said before, affirm, reverse, or modify the decision, provided that if a decision to reverse or modify is made, that the city council member clarify the reasoning for the reversal or modification based on the findings to grant a PUD amendment, which is within your packet. And then finally, the other decision before you today is the appeal of the variance. So pursuant section 16.14.030C of the Yreka Municipal Code, you may review the appeal materials and the information in the staff report and public comment given during the hearing regarding the Planning Commission's decision to grant the variance. The City Council may reverse the Planning Commission approval, set the decision aside, affirm the decision, or modify the action. City Council may also remand the matter back to Planning Commission for further study or action. If the council chooses to reverse, modify, set aside, or remand the matter back to Planning Commission, the requesting member must clarify their reasoning, or may clarify their reasoning, we ask that you do, based on the findings to grant a variance. Do you have any clarifying questions? That was shorter than the other one, I swear.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Juliana. Did you want to? Were you looking to say something, or I'm going to open up to?
Can we turn
Or-
some heat on?
Oh,
I'm freezing.
you want me to adjust it, or you get it?
I don't know how to adjust it.
Oh.
Thanks.
Jason will come to the rescue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr.
I
Jared.
just want to clarify a couple of points and underscore what Juliana just talked about.
Okay.
And so first off, there are a number of documents that you received. Not only the staff report and the documents in the agenda, but you were provided after the posting of the agenda, there were a number of items that have come in, emails, letters, etc. Those have been forwarded to you. Anything that came in, and as of late this afternoon, documents that were received were then forwarded to you. Those are part of the record associated with this item. However, those won't be read publicly back out to the record. They are part of everything that goes into your decision making on this. Also note that on your on the desk is a revised site plan in hard copy that's been provided here. There's a copy of it on the podium as well. And that was provided by the project proponent to indicate the widening of the street, that and it's a revised site plan from what was presented at the Planning Commission. And that was because of the statements at the Planning Commission, the recommendation and approval of the Planning Commission to widen that street. And it's a nuanced issue. It's a recommendation or requirement to widen the street if it is allowed by the owner of the street, which is the Property Owners Association. The item before you is one project, but there's, as Juliana mentioned, there are two components of that for your consideration. The first component is discussed at page 83 in your packet in the staff report, and that has to do with the review of the PUD amendment. The other aspect is discussed at page 90 in the packet, and that is the variance in the appeal of the variance. And this is an important, not distinction, but an important clarification to make. There are two sets of findings before you, and those are discussed, as I said, at page 83 and 90 in the staff report. They're also discussed at page 95 and page 100 of the packet in the resolution itself. And so it's those findings in the resolution that you, in considering this matter, to approve it, would need to make each of those findings. And so you'll hear a lot of discussion about various aspects of those. There's in the items that have, the documents that have been provided to you ahead of time, there is criticism and comment on those various things. And those are it's the focused issues that would need to be discussed and identified. And this comes to the final point. The allotment of time here has been presented as 15 minutes for the project applicant, but also 15 minutes for the project appellant. And that is because of Mr. Mercier's appeal of the variance. And the appeal request was an appeal of the entire project. And typically with the CUP, that would be the case. One could appeal. Here, in fact, this was coming to the city council regardless of Mr. Mercier's letter or not. The kind of quirk in the city code is a PUD amendment goes to the planning commission and then it automatically comes to you for review. It's not an appeal. And so that's why the first half of what you're looking at effectively is a PUD amendment review that's directly coming to you, regardless of any appeal or not. And then the variance appeal is coming not as a separate item as much in a technical way, but it's just the two are being considered as one project. But in the interest of fairness, because it is an appeal, giving the appellant an equal amount of time to discuss their part of the variance. And so that would be the appellant's team would get that 15 minutes of time. The proponent's team would initially get the 15 minutes of time to first talk about the project. And then in the middle, all of any public speaker that is not a part of the project team or part of the appellant team will then have the opportunity to speak. And then at the end, there would be rebuttal for both of those parties, both the appellant and the project proponent, to rebut any of the statements made in that in-between time. So that's kind of the roadmap of the findings you'll need to make and the content of the public hearing. At this point, it would be appropriate for the city council to ask any qualifying or clarifying questions of staff, and then proceed into the public hearing.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jared. All right, I will go to my council members for questions for staff. And just remind them that this will be for questions only and no discussion. Discussions will occur after the public hearing is closed. So this will be for questions only for staff members. Okay, no questions by Councilman McCoy. Councilman Baker?
I have no questions at this time.
No sorry, no questions of Councilman Baker. Councilman Davis?
This time
No questions from Councilman Davis, and I do not have any questions. Let's keep moving. I have no questions at this time either. I'm sorry.
Can we check all mics are on, please? Councilmember Davis.
Councilman Davis, check your mic, please.
It's not on.
It's not on, I don't think. The bottom switch in front of you. There you go. Okay. You're live now. So he stated he had no.
Please speak into the mics, the audience.
Yes, so make sure where your mics are on and you speak directly into the mic. So he just stated that he had no questions when he did speak. So no questions from the council. So then I will open up for a public hearing at this time. Correct. Oh, sorry.
For time management purposes, you might want to understand if there's anybody online that wishes to speak, and then maybe a poll of maybe other hands in the audience. And then it would be appropriate for the project applicants team to
come up. Okay.
to have them on.
Okay. So Rita, do we have any buddy online for public comment?
For the online participants, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak.
Yes, this is David Zarka. I'm just entering a statement that I will be
It's
rebutting.
not yet time to
Just-
actually make that comment.
Nope,
This is
never.
a poll to understand what number of people online would wish to speak.
Right.
So if you could use the raise your hand feature on Zoom to note if you would be requesting.
That has seemed to be missing from my Zoom feature.
Mr. Zark is part of our team and he'll be speaking.
Yes,
for 15
this will be
minutes.
part of the rebuttal.
There are 3 at this time,
Okay.
not including Mr. Zarda.
Right. And of show of hands in the public, who will be speaking that's not on with the appellants or the other team who will be speaking publicly? It's about 9, including online. Okay, I will make the executive decision that we're going to limit when public comment comes, that we will be limiting to 3 minutes instead of the 5 for this agenda item. And that's excluding, of course, the attorneys and the applicant or yeah. Okay, so it'll be 3 minutes when we do have you guys come to the podium or you're speaking online. Okay, so we will invite down. Sorry, all my papers are mixed up.
So at this point, it would be appropriate for the project applicants team
Yes,
to
that's our-
utilize their 15 minutes of time. It is entirely up to them how they want to utilize that 15 minutes.
Sorry, I'm just getting there. One.
I guess that's
Okay, that's you.
my cue to begin.
Yep.
First of all, good
15 minutes and
evening,
you've already spoke about your guys' time. Okay.
Very well. So
Okay,
good evening,
great.
members of the city council. My name is John Rollins, for those of you who don't know me. We have 15 minutes for our team to make our presentation. And I kind of want to give you a heads up of what to expect in that regard. I expect to spend a few minutes directly addressing Mr. Mercier's letter of September 18th, along with the Kittleson traffic report. I'm next going to turn it over to Mr. Steve Wakeman, who is here on Zoom. Steve is our chief architect, project designer. Steve is going to have a few words to say about the project in general. And then he is going to bring in Tricia from his office, who is going to directly address some of the traffic, the on-site traffic raised in Mr. Mercier's letter. We're also going to hear from Russ Wenham, who is a traffic engineer of GHD Traffic Engineering. He's going to comment directly on some of the issues raised in Mr. Mercier's letter regarding the on-street traffic. And finally, you're going to hear, we're also going to hear from Russ Wenham from GHD Traffic Engineering. Is going to talk about some of the street engineering. And finally, you're going to hear from Amrit Deal, who's one of the principals involved with the development. My co-counsel, Mr. David Zarka, also here on Zoom. He will be responding with the rebuttal portion of our presentation. So I want to begin by saying, first of all, Mr. Zark and I have been involved with this at least since 2021. We previously responded to a letter from Mr. Mercier in which his principal objection, he demanded an EIR. My clients have got an EIR. The EIR has been thoroughly vetted by city staff, who have found it to be in compliance in all respect in CEQA. But I want to directly respond to Mr. Mercier's letter. I would ask the council to read the letter from Mr. Zark and I, dated October 11th, that responds in detail to Mr. Mercier's letter. But I do want to hit some of the high points. First of all, Mr. Mercier makes a big deal out of the notion that his clients have what he describes as a vested right, that the PUD creates a vested right. Mr. Mercier cites a case called Avco versus South Coast Community Development, And that case couldn't be more in support of our position as if we'd written it ourselves. Not only does the Avco case not stand for the proposition that a vested right is created by the PUD, rather it stands for exactly the opposite when the California Supreme Court says no vested property right can be created by a PUD. Mr. Mercier goes on to discuss the Kittleson reports and the Kittleson report opinion that the traffic would be negatively impacted. So Mr. Wakeman and Tricia and Mr. Wenham will address those issues. Lastly, Mr. Mercier attempts to use the Yreka Municipal Code in an effort to persuade this council that it should not approve the application. But we ask this council to see this as nothing more than an attempt by Mr. Mercier to use the city code to stifle competition and maintain the current monopoly that his clients have in the refueling and hotel business in that area. Another misrepresentation I want to bring to the council's attention. Mr. Mercier describes our client's development as the last lot in the development. It's the last 4 lots. It's half of the development. And so therefore, it's not like this last lot is changing anything. Finally, this project is just plain good for the city of Yreka. It's going to encourage new development rather than stifle development. It's going to send a clear message to the business community that Yreka is open for business, and we ask for your approval. And now I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Wakeman. And Mr. Ledbetter, how much more time do we have?
I have you paused right now. You have 10 minutes and 41 seconds.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Steve Wakeman. I'm the architect of record for the Yreka Travel Center. This is an exciting time for this evolution of the project. And what's exciting about this is that the planning process is working. And why do I say this? Because it's been a long deliberative process. In 2017, the client was interested in this property, and we submitted in 2021. And I'm going to brief here about some land use issues, the mitigation that's been going on, all the changes that have happened, and that it's the process is working, and then the design vision for the travel center. The planning department has gone through the full process, and a lot of people in the public and who aren't used to this, there's multiple applications, the zoning analysis, the CEQA process, and all the sponsors and all the departments that comments on the draft, and the final environmental impact report is extensive. The input of all the agencies, even in that portion of it. There's been multiple traffic studies, applying the Yreka Municipal Code, the conditional use processes. So there's been a lot of things happening. And so once again, the process is working. The city of Yreka and the developer has listened and understands the individuals' concerns that have been brought to light. One of the first things I'd like to talk about is the land use. This is one of the first steps when developing a property, to make sure what you are going to be developing it matches the allowed land use. And this development is fully compliant with the PUD and the highway commercial and the highway C2 and C2. CH and C2 zoning districts. And this was appealed back in 2009, and it's fully compliant. And so one of the important things about this is the mitigation, the tug of war back and forth, not a tug of war, but just making sure that the development works with the zoning department. There's been multiple concessions by the developer. One of them, there's no semi-truck parking. That's a concession that's given across the street. They can have all the parking and those services that come along with it. Another one is there's no truck traffic beyond the corner there. Another concession was the hotel was reduced 1 story and the limit. So in closing up, I'd like to bring up a point. There's a typo on page 85, paragraph 2. And I believe the agenda should read that the proposed uses will be operated or maintained in a manner that will not be detrimental to the public health and welfare. So I just appeal that that typo is addressed. The design of values and the vision of this, it's going to be a typical food fair in a convenience store. There's going to be a clean, inviting a look. There's going to be fresh food offered. The food hall can be an incubator for local. There's some great bakers or chefs or a barbecue. They're invited to actually start up a business and be part of it. And in closing, there's going to be great materials. There's going to be wood, glulam beams. There's going to be very inviting. I appreciate and thank you for your consideration. Tricia?
Hi, my name is Tricia Pies. I'm with CSHQA. I am just going to address some of the site revisions we did based on the conditions of approval. Like Juliana had spoke before, we widened the road to 48 feet. We've widened the access drive to 45 feet. And with these changes, we also revised our truck paths. We usually show fuel tanker paths around ARCO AMPMs to make sure that the trucks can safely maneuver onto our site and fill the underground storage tanks and leave without any obstacles. So we show that. We've also added the California legally designed vehicle, so the longest semi we can use. And showing it maneuvering into our truck fueling side in and out through the most difficult to maneuver stall and to make sure that it can do that safely. So we are showing all of that on the new revised site plan that you have. And we believe that these changes have addressed the concerns in the Kittleson assessment 1 through 4, which are the trucks. Number 1 was that the trucks was required to swing into the opposing lane in order to enter our site, which is not the case any longer. And that the trucks exiting the proposed fuel center would block, which you can see with the new site. I have laid the outlines of the truck, and that is not the case any longer either. 3 was the lack of queuing, and we can fit at least 4 of the largest trucks, including all the ones that are actually in the stalls. We also have a bypass lane, so if any of those queued trucks need to leave, they can do that. And the last one was the truck and RV parking, which we've already talked about. Thank you very much.
Oh, this is Russ Wenham with GHD. I think I'm up next. GHD has been working in California for over 40 years. I personally was involved in the Yreka Junction Shopping Center. That's how far back I go in Yreka. I love the area. I worked on realignments of Highway 3, in fact, just down the road from here. I was involved when the original PUD was developed, and I was personally involved when the original signal was put in on Highway 3. So a lot of deep history. I'm a civil engineer, I'm a traffic engineer, I'm a professional traffic operations engineer. So enough about that. The bottom line is what we did is we looked at trip rates, queuing, delays, which relates to level of service. We looked at vehicle mile traveled. All of that led to the conclusion that yes, there's traffic, but the question is, are there problems? And the conclusion is no, there are not problems. Will there be at times when RVs are staring at each other when they're pulling in and out of a private development, internal circulation? The answer is yes. Will they work that out? Yes. And so the question is, are there issues or are there problems? I'm going to simply end with there are not problems with this project. There are the normal things that occur internal to any project, any commercial development. Number 2, I will say, remember that we do a peak 15-minute analysis. We call it a peak hour analysis, but the way we do our studies is we add a factor that brings it down to a peak 15-minute. And that's literally how we do our analysis. So any queuing discussion is a peak 15-minute period during a weekday, not truly a peak hour. So with that, I will just end and say I'm available to answer any questions. And would love to clarify, any concerns that the council may have. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amr Diol, and I'm a partner of the Yreka Travel Center development. My team and I are very excited to be here and get this project approved. We are not some big shot developers, or I'm representing a $1 billion company. Our team consists of my parents and my brothers, Deep and TJ, and myself. My parents immigrated to this great country, and with their hard work are a living example of the American dream. We are very excited to begin construction and bring an amazing project to the city of Yreka. A lot of time and effort has been spent to create something that the city of Yreka will be proud of. Our opposition are going to raise many concerns, which are already addressed, and a lot of give and take has already been happened. It all comes down to them not wanting any competition. They want to have a free monopoly on that exit. I hope that exit. I would address this by saying that the property was available to purchase. They had many opportunities to purchase it. We have purchased it and have full right to develop it. We have gone through the city of Yreka planning process. We have done the traffic studies, we have done the environmental studies, and we have been approved by the planning commission. We are not here looking to build and flip this for a profit. We are excited to be here, be a part of Yreka and the community. One issue that we're bringing up is the private road. I want them to be fully aware we have rights to that private road and access to our property. I hope the council sees the benefits of this project and follows the 3-0 vote from the Yreka Planning Commission and approves this project so we can begin construction. We can begin permits and construction ASAP. Thank you.
How much time's left?
They have 43 seconds.
I believe that's the end of our presentation, and we thank the council for their time.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, and at this time, I'll be calling down representative for the Mr. Mercier. Working on it here. Papers all over the place.
Good evening. My name is Darren Mercier, and I represent the appellants, the Holiday Inn Express, the Yreka Truck Stop, and A1 Investments that owns the private road there. These are businesses that have been developed inside that PUD and appealed the Planning Commission's decision and requested the City Council deny the amendment to the PUD and the CUP. The Yreka Municipal Code, you adopted the Yreka Municipal Code to protect the city and to protect its residents. And so to have an argument today that somehow the code is being used improperly is simply not true. The code specifically requires that the City Council make specific findings in doing planning for the city, and that's to protect everyone else. The Yreka Municipal Code reflects the purpose of a planned unit development is to create harmonious working environment by combining a combination of land uses, which are made to complement each other and harmonize with existing uses. This PUD was approved in 1998 for an auto truck refueling center, an RV park, a full service restaurant, and a hotel site. 4 out of 5 of those have been developed. Each of those are complementary and harmonious. They each bring in different patrons. They each serve those different people. And so they are complementary and harmonious. And so to allow the final development that's supposed to be a full service restaurant to use competing uses, a second hotel and a second fueling station, is directly contrary to the required finding under 16.60.070D, I believe it's 5 or 6, excuse me, that this council must find that these uses complement each other and harmonize with the existing and proposed uses in the vicinity. Now, unfortunately, as at least one council person has pointed out, we don't have a definition. And so we lack some specificity of what complementary means. So we have to look to the plain meaning of what complementary and harmonious mean. So I took a chance and looked it up on the Webster Thesaurus to say, what are the synonyms for complementary? And it's supportive, it's flattering, it's respectful of. What are the antonyms? What's opposite of it? It's adverse, it's unfavorable, and I would add competing, that it's not harmonious. In this case, you have two truck stops. So the trucker is going to have to come in and either turn left into one fueling station or right into the other fueling station. That is not complementary. That's competing. That's adverse. That's not being respectful to the fellow business in the PUD. Same thing for the hotel guests. You've got a certain number of hotel guests. They're going to come in and they have to now pick a hotel. It's not a compliment. It's not a supportive thing. It's one or the other. And in this case, now this hotel is going to be built in front of the other. So when they drive in, it's going to be blocking the existing hotel, and the height being the same height is going to completely enshrine it. And so that is not complementary. That is not harmonious. The traffic conditions are going to impact, as our engineer will talk about, the ingress and egress to the existing truck stop and to the RV park. The staff report in page 89 defines complementary as different uses of land or other resources, each of which benefits or supplements the others where they exist in the same area. So benefits. These two uses are not creating any benefits to the existing uses in the PUD. The new hotel and the second truck stop are not supplementing the existing businesses. They're directly competing and taking away from. They are creating new traffic and safety issues. It'll be talked about by Kittleson, and just limiting the overall access. And so in my letter dated October 16th that you received, it has the recommended findings that you can make. One of the challenges by the planning director was, if you choose not to support the project, you have the ability to deny it or to seek additional conditions, and that you have the challenging duty to explain what findings you disagree with. And so my letter in front of you has those specific words that would reflect that. But in this case, on the first finding under D6 of it is not harmonious and it is not complementary, and therefore the initial finding under D6 cannot be made. The proposed development presents site access and circulation concerns. Apparently there's a new site map that I haven't seen or been able to study, other than I just took a quick look at it here. I would ask at a minimum that you send that back to planning commission so that can be viewed by the public and commented on. But it did deal with the lack of queuing and lack of truck and RV parking. And so we have a problem with the site plan. There is no parking for these semi trucks and RVs that are going to come into that fueling station. And so where are they going to park? You know, one of the staff conditions is, well, let's put up signage under city signing saying you can't park here, you can't park in the street, you can't go past this point. The problem is the city law enforcement will not enforce that. City law enforcement has been called out to that site before to deal with internal issues, and the consistent approach is that that's outside of their purview. That's not something they're going to enforce. So what good does signage do if you're not going to enforce it? So it's going to place the burden on the other businesses to park and house those vehicles while they're shopping at, spending their money at the competing business that's not complementary or harmonious. Yreka Municipal Code 1660-060 says no use shall be permitted which is found by the planning commission or the city council to be reasonably objectionable to persons residing or working in the vicinity or injurious to the property or developments in the city due to vehicle traffic, odor, fumes, dust, smoke, etc. And I believe our engineer has addressed the vehicle traffic, and clearly you have the existing businesses within the PUD objecting to this amendment and these proposed uses. And so it would be difficult to make a finding that it's not objectionable, or these objections by the existing businesses are not reasonable in light of what they've brought forward. There's also ambiguities and lack of specificity in the conditions that are made. For example, one of the conditions in 43 is to widen the road to 48 feet to meet the Yreka standards. That requires permission from and an agreement with the Property Owners Association and the existing owner of that road, A1 Investments. Apparently the site plan has expanded that road to 48 feet, but there's been no discussion with the POA or with the A1 Investments about that. And so you would think they would be coming to their neighbors, to the fellow people, to address that, and that hasn't happened. And so one of the things in that condition said that if an agreement can't be reached to widen the road within that a new plan will be submitted. But if this is approved tonight and a new plan is submitted later, then we're not going to have planning commission review. We're not going to have city council review. We're not going to have public input. We're not going to have project opponents input. That's going to be done in the cloak of darkness and not follow or not meet potentially the Yreka standards.
1 second, Darren. Was that the time?
That was my timer for my time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And so I want to leave time for our engineer to be able to speak and for some of the owners to be able to speak, and then I'll reserve my remaining time for rebuttal.
6 minutes. Okay. 6 minutes remaining. Thank you. I got confused there for a minute when that went off. I thought, like, oh God, that was a fast 15 minutes. Okay. 6 minutes. Yeah. And we're on pause.
Great, thank you. I'll be speaking next. Thanks for playing the PowerPoint presentation. I appreciate it. I'll let you know when to go to the next slide. Again, good evening. I'm Kelly Lofton. I'm an engineer with Kittleson. You can go to the next slide. I'm going to be sharing today a little bit about the assessment that we conducted, that you have our memo that summarizes. We looked at site access and circulation for the proposed development, and our memo again is documented on September 13th of this year. I want to note that the traffic study that was referenced by the applicant and in the EIR is focused off-site, and it doesn't include an assessment of the impacts to the unnamed private roadway or surrounding developments in the PUD. We've identified 6 concerns of the application, and we appreciate the additional conditions of approval added by staff that seek to address the first 2 concerns, dealing with entering trucks swinging the opposing travel lane and the trucks exiting the proposed semi-truck fuel center, blocking inbound trucks. However, I do want to note that there are 4 additional concerns that we raised that have not been addressed by either the conditions of approval or the applicant, and we would ask that these be heavily considered. If you go to the next slide, this shows the lack of queuing area for trucks or RVs waiting to fuel. The applicant stated that there's space for at least 4 trucks on site to queue. As you can see here, there's space for only 4 trucks on site to queue, given the amount of space needed for on-site circulation. So in the event that there are 4 trucks queuing on site, there's nowhere for entering trucks to queue on site, leaving them to queue on the unnamed private road, blocking traffic, and vehicles entering or exiting other sites in the PUD. If you go to the next slide, this video animation demonstrates a semi-truck accessing the proposed fuel station and illustrates that lack of queue storage or parking. The lack of truck or semi-truck or RV parking is the other concern we wanted to note. And with this lack of queue storage, that presents conflicts with vehicles accessing other business in the PUD or emergency vehicles accessing the site overall. The lack of parking for trucks or RVs means that trucks or RVs will park in non-delineated areas on site, on the unnamed private road, or in existing developments within the PUD, while their drivers get a drink or a meal or visit the restroom. And as Darren noted, without a way to enforce the no parking signage or the provision of anywhere for these drivers to park, that leaves them really no option beyond not abiding by the signage and parking on the unnamed private road or parking in the other businesses on site. If you go to the next slide, I think one of the most significant concerns that we wanted to note that has not been addressed is the projected queuing at the intersection of the unnamed private road and Montague Road. The development adds significant traffic to the unnamed private road and nearly triples the number of turning vehicles at the traffic signal. As you can see, the proposed project adds 229 northbound left turns. There's only 73 northbound left turns today. The traffic study for the site forecasted that it will generate 527 trips during the weekday PM peak hour. The original traffic study for the PUD, which envisioned this site as a restaurant, estimated the restaurant would generate 33 weekday PM peak hour trips. So this is significantly more traffic than the PUD envisioned would be on this site, and a significant increase in traffic beyond what is there today. One of the biggest challenges with this is the queuing that will result that was unaddressed in the traffic study in the EIR. As you can see, we're showing here average queues. So this isn't even the worst case scenario or the maximum queue length. These are average queues. And you can see by the colored lines that with the existing traffic volumes in just phase 1 of the development, the average queue during the weekday PM peak hour already is long enough to block both eastern accesses to the Yreka truck stop, which will significantly hinder access for people entering or exiting that truck stop. Also, I remember pointing out 2 significant problems in the traffic study that weren't addressed. The traffic study forecast that northbound approach to the signal will operate over capacity in the future with the site development, with an average of 70 seconds of delay for the northbound approach. And also the traffic study analyzed the signal with 2 turn lanes, a left turn lane and a right turn lane on the unnamed private road once the signal approach. So likely queues will be even longer than shown. So if you go to the next slide, I wanted to note just in conclusion that these concerns have not been addressed and pose significant operational and safety impacts on the surrounding roadway and facilities and businesses in the PUD. And lastly, I just wanted to note, again, look at Darren's letter for the some notes about our suggested city council actions. That's all I'd like to share. Thank you for your time.
I just want to let the group know that there is 1 minute and 11 seconds left.
Good evening. 1 minute and 11 seconds is enough to spell our concerns. We've purchased this lot from Roger Eckerman. Not only this lot, we've developed the Holiday Inn Express there. We developed the Yreka truck stop, and we have another investment, A1 investment lot that will be a future restaurant. And we purchased the lots because we knew there was PUD. We could have developed a second hotel instead of a truck stop, but we stayed within our PUD tenants and developed a truck stop because that's what was allowed use. And the attorney from the applicant has mentioned that they are representing 4 lots. We're talking about 5 out of 30 acres that have been developed or will be developed. So 4 lots does not mean they get to come out now and change the rules because they don't like what they purchased. They purchased the lots for restaurants, build the restaurants. We're happy. Do not come at the last moment and say, I don't like the dress I purchased. I kept it for 7 years. Now you get to see me wear it. No, I will not want to see you wear it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And at this time, I'm going to, At this time, I'm going to open up public hearing. So anybody who wants to come and make a comment can come to the podium. And just a reminder, it'll be 3 minutes at the podium. Make sure you state your name, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Baumik Modi, one of the motel owner in the town and basically a businessman. I'm not an architect. I'm not any specialist, but I know the business. Inflation has been taking a toll on small businesses. City has proposed the water rate hikes for next 3 to 4 years. I just saw the bill from Pacific Power yesterday that they are going to propose the rate hike of 27% for the commercial rates. And there are some star reports that will be gone over by my other partner with the other motels, but our ADR and the occupancy is below 50%, which is way under our national average of 67%, I believe. Minimum wage going $16 an hour starting January 24th. All in combination makes really hard for the small motel owners to survive. We already have 80 rooms casino hotel is on the rise for the next year. Additional 72 rooms will further bring down the ADR, average daily rate. When ADR goes down, you know what happens? City transient occupancy tax goes down. It doesn't, when the competition comes, it brings the values down. Room was getting sold for $100, now it's going to get sold for $80. That means the loss in the TOT for the city. When Walmart came in the town, it has eliminated many small businesses in the downtown area. We are still trying to bring back our downtown. I foresee that in next few years, we will be discussing bring back our main street where most of the motel are located. Yes, we want growth. We want growth that is going to be helping us, not going for the same business. We only have very limited travelers coming to the town or I-5. That's not going to increase significantly because there's a new hotel in the town. I recommend all of you to consider and have a large scale charging stations, which could be for even semi-charging station that Tesla is coming up with. Full capacity hotel, that means in-seating restaurants, bar, and other amenities, which can help our Yrekans to go together and enjoy. I really urge our decision makers to review from the businessman perspective, along with many other facts presented, to put it back for the planning commission. I don't understand just to either approve it or really object it. Local people don't understand what you really needs to object. But as a business people, we are seeing that it is going to be detrimental because it's not going to help us about this. Please, I urge not to approve this proposal today.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Moulton, and I'm an employee from Yreka Truck Stop. And foremost, I'm also a parent of 2 teenagers. And I asked the council, what does this new proposed business bring to our community? Is it going to provide jobs for our teenagers or young adults? How is it going to aid our community? If a restaurant was put there like the proposed lot was supposed to be, it could have provided jobs for our teenagers or our young adults getting out of high school. But unfortunately, this business is not going to provide any jobs or any help to our community and to the people. So I can object about every single aspect of this and why we shouldn't have it. I haven't had quite a chance to do that. But I am looking upon this council to help our community object to it, because this is not what the proposed lot was supposed to be. It's not going to help our community, and it's definitely not harmonious. You know, I pictured the whole travel center to mesh together to complement each other, like be a restaurant or a tire shop, because we can't get services in for the truckers. We can't get anybody to come fix a tire, tow trucks to come to tow them. That's harmonious. It's a harmonious relationship. It adds to each other, not necessarily competing, and where a customer has to make a choice about, you know, which one they want to go to. That is not how this was supposed to be planned. So the fact that it's gotten this far is just unbelievable to me. I went to the city planning commission last month, and they just development. They didn't care about any of the safety issues that we had or any concerns, and that's just beyond me. But I just am asking this council to please reconsider for our community, and you know what this potential land and development could mean to our community. It could mean our young teenagers have jobs, you know, a steady job, a steady income. With this proposal, that's not going to be the case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mariachi. I would ask the council to look at two things. Well, three things, but the biggest thing is public safety. We have a public safety issue with this, with the road not being, they say that they'll widen it, but it's owned by a private entity. So we can't force them to do so unless we modify this with the stipulation it must be widened. So that way it's safer. And then the second thing is parking. So that is, if we're not going to allow big truck parking, that's discrimination against the big trucks, because what's going to happen? They're going to park, they're going to get tickets. And if there's nowhere to park, then that food place and the motel being built, that's what for just locals of Yreka. And we're not asking, you know, our traffic that goes through here, because this stop is the biggest advantage to hitting that mountain in the winter. And if you haven't been up there in the winter, it's a nightmare now with big trucks. They line the freeway because, again, that's the next jump. So I would ask you to modify to make it RV parking and big truck parking. If with no truck parking, it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Don Marie.
And we have two online.
Okay.
Lorenzo Lowe. I'd like to ask you to respect the English language. Direct competitive businesses are not complementary. They're not harmonious. Disrespect the language, regardless of what the planning director says. These are opposites. You look at any dictionary, you can tell that.
Thank you, Lorenzo. All right, come on down.
3 minutes. Okay. My name is Stella Lemon. I would like to address the council and ask you guys to review and modify this issue. More issues, not only with the freight traffic, but the local traffic and safety. Just as this lady mentioned, during the winter, this turns into a one-way road to where I myself have had to back up to let semis out. Just to be able to enter. But with the average number of highways traffic that we have in the RV lot that houses a lot of senior citizens, there's also a senior citizen home right past us to the left, to where they travel through this area frequently. So even with the widening of the roads, I just feel like this isn't feasible. Also in winter, with the Highway 5 being closed down, there's already an overflow and influx of vehicles that go into the middle of that, you know, line up along those roads into the middle of, all the way to the middle of town. And I just feel like this is just a recipe for disaster. And as a businesswoman and proposal, I feel to create jobs and revenue, like it's great. However, I do think it's bad business practice and unethical to approve zoning for something, as in the height variance and zoning to be approved, when there's maximum heights and just zoning reasons and development issues, they're set there for a reason. But just as the opposing stated that the property had been available for sale for however long, I felt like that if it was a monopoly, I'm sure the current owners would have bought it as it became available. If that was really the case. So therefore, we should see that that's not the issue. I think we need to look at this as a community. Yes, there's always options and competition. That's a given. But as a citizen, let's look at at how big this lot really is, the parking issues and the location, and how it will ultimately be detrimental to our traffic patterns and senior citizens in the community, especially during emergencies. And the greater issues and funding that will just come along from the city and everything to actually have to make this possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My name's Lowell Pratt. I work at the Holiday Inn, and I've been going to the Holiday Inn for the last 7 years, but the last 3 years since the truck stop has come there, I've had to practice my defensive driving skills. Truckers, as they come out of the truck stop, they look to the right, they don't look to the left. And on at least 3 occasions, I've either had to put on my brakes and not hit them, or I've had to go over the curb. Now, so I'm getting pretty good about watching to my right to make sure nobody's coming at me. But if I've got trucks coming from both sides, these glasses ain't that good. I'm just afraid that it's just going to be a nightmare for me. Many of my employees state the same thing, that they've been nearly hit on numerous occasions. And we're talking normal time, but when we get into the winter, I've had employees that haven't been able to get from that light to the hotel for an hour because the trucks, they come in and they just park right on the road. They can't get in, they can't get out, they stay there. And that's my employees getting in. So think of my guests that are trying to leave at that same time. These are people we've invited into our community, can't even leave to go to work. And this isn't just 15 minutes, as he mentioned. This happens during the winter many times for long periods of time. I'd like to address the complementary issue, and I appreciate the definitions coming forward. But one of the primary purposes of PUD is to control development in a responsible manner, protecting the remaining interests within the PUD in addition to public health, safety, and the environment in general. The Yreka Municipal Code reflects the purpose of planned unit developments within the city is to create a harmonious working environment within the city, combining a variety of land uses which are made to complement each other and harmonize with existing and proposed land use in the vicinity. That's in our Yreka Municipal Code 1660.010. The owners of the existing truck stop and the Holiday Inn purchased their respective properties in reliance on the terms of the PUD and have spent millions in developing these properties within the PUD consistent therewith. The proposed amendment would allow development of duplicative, competing businesses rather than complementary new business, consistent with the plan and design of the existing PUD. The current PUD designated purpose of the restaurant is complementary and harmonizing, and would balance out the PUD, creating a more comprehensive, diverse travel center to draw the public. The proposed truck fueling facility and the hotel is a direct competitor and repetitive in nature to the existing truck and stop and hotel. As such, the land uses in the proposed development will not harmonize with nor complement existing land uses in the vicinity. I would like to ask City Council to deny the amendment or adopt findings and conditions of approval requiring the owners to remove truck fueling station and hotel from the proposed application.
Thank you.
Can we go to an online
Yes.
on Keith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I start, I would ask Mr. Lovell to distribute star report copies to each of the council member and mayor, please.
Can you repeat your name for us, please?
My first name is Ankit, last name is Panchal.
Okay. Thank you.
And let me know when you guys are ready so I can start.
All right. Okay, just 1 second. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Ankit Panchal. I represent, I'm a regional director for Asian American Hotel Owners Association. We own 60% of the hotel in this country. And I would say most of the hotel and motel in Yreka are owned by our members. I'm here because, I've heard both the parties, and I'm surprised that the developer or the council, they talked about everything, but very important piece is missing, which is a feasibility study. Anytime a business owner buys a lot or buys a business, they're going to do their due diligence to make sure that it's a viable business. And I don't see any feasibility study in here. So I would like to shed some light on this STAR report, which is a year to year comparison on August 2022 to August 2023. I would like you to go on page number 3, which is response Siskiyou County. So it has 48 hotels, 1,572 rooms in Siskiyou County, out of which only 40%, which is close to 600 rooms, are reported in this report. And out of that, 2 hotels are from Mount Shasta. I would like you to now go on page number 2, which will tell you Siskiyou County has occupancy of 70%. And again, this is only reporting 40% of the hotel. If we add rest of the 60%, there's a decline by 20%. That's a basic math I did. So occupancy is realistically 50%, and it's declined year over year. So I'm unsure why the developer wants to put a hotel here where there is no business, and any good business owner will do their due diligence. If there's a hotel required, I would suggest, building in Mount Shasta, because that's where Best Western Plus 3, if you see, their ADR alone is close to $250 or $300. Or if you go to any other smaller counties as the same size of Siskiyou County, like Madera County, they're at $250 RevPAR. So if you want to build a hotel, I would highly suggest you go there and build a hotel there. But I don't think City of Yreka can have one more hotel. And coming back, I also represent Best Western Inn in Yreka. We're having such a labor shortage, as well as talent pool is so limited. If there's a hotel, I don't think they are going to employ local employment except for minimum wage, which is housekeeping and maintenance. The management will have to be brought in from out of city, which defeats the purpose of having local employment. So I would highly urge council members as well as mayor to decline this project at this time, because we don't want rest of the motel and hotels to struggle with inflation being high and our bottom line is getting lower and lower. This project is not going to bring more revenue.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And actually, I have a question for you. Can you restate your name? And did you say you represent the Best Western?
Yes, I'm part of Best Western, one of the partners.
And what's your name, sir?
Ankit
And your last name?
Panchal.
Can you spell that?
Panchal.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next person online, can we choose?
Hello, my name is Neelu Modi. Sorry, I cannot be there because I have an 8-year-old daughter to take care of her. So I don't have a big words, but I can say the ground reality, what we are facing. So this proposal to build a new motel is not necessary as of right now, because we are hardly getting summer business, which help us to survive whole winter, but we are having nothing. It's very hard. And in this town, there's nothing to attract more customer. We have limited customers. And then if we are talking about the sales tax, city will not get any benefit, because now instead of me, some other motel is paying sales tax, not me. And then if we think about the employment, it will not help, because it's my personal experience. We are having a very hard time with housekeeper. We train housekeeper 1 or 2 days and they left. They never show again. So I personally request to bring some restaurants, so we will able to enjoy. This new motel will just upset us, just depress us. There's nothing like a big company, big like a Walmart, it chew all the small business of downtown. And I believe this, if new motel comes, it's just make us out of business too. And so I please urge to bring something else. If the zone is approved for a restaurant, I request to please bring a restaurant. We right now, this town cannot afford the new motel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next person online? Is that it?
No.
Okay. Any other public comment in the audience at this time?
My name is Gary Hall and I reside in Medford, Oregon. And I mailed a letter to you, to each one of you about my comments. And I don't want to bore you with going over them again. But there's a couple of things I'd like to point out. This truck stop, proposed truck stop, and then the existing truck stop, I have no financial connection with either one. I'm a truck stop consultant and I work in the industry. When I see something wrong, I come to the table. And tonight I'd like to point out on my item number 4, you'll see a comparison done on September 5th, which was before the Planning Commission meeting, that compares the Yreka truck stop diesel price to the Talent truck stop. And there's 50 cents a gallon difference. And the Yreka truck stop is doing less than 200,000 gallons a month and is not successful on the diesel side. And there's nothing that's going to make the new truck stop successful either, because this tax structure drives people into Oregon. They're not going to give you any more revenue on a per gallon basis because it's not there. And 80% of the truck drivers do not have the discretionary choice where to buy fuel. They are directed where to buy it. And so you get the independent truck stops, which is the Yreka truck stop and also the proposed truck stop, and they hope to get diesel, and the diesel business is not there. And lastly, I'd like to mention that if anybody wants to challenge my comments in this letter, I welcome them, because these are not skewed in any way to make someone else look better. The last item is truck parking. There's a national shortage of truck parking, and you're asked to approve a truck stop that has no truck parking. And then the architect of record tonight said that we'll leave the truck parking to the people across the street and all the benefits of that. Well, owning truck parking is not a benefit. It's a very costly thing. It costs about $300,000 an acre to prepare truck parking. And I draw your attention to this proposed use is going to be 4 fuel lanes. So each fuel lane should have a little more than 12 parking spaces per lane to adequately park the trucks that are fueling, not the trucks that are coming in to use the restrooms. So when these trucks come in to fuel, there's no place to park. So they're going to stop in the fuel lane and they're going to go inside. And that's when you get the gridlock. And I wish I could tell you something good about that, but that's not going to happen. There's no truck parking. And what happens when a truck stops in front of you in the street? You stop and they get out and you're done. You just have to wait, and you can't get anybody to tow a truck off. They just won't do it. So I would encourage you to not approve this truck stop until they can prove to you that they can park their own customers. And talk to the National Association of Truck Stop Operators. They will tell you that there's a national shortage of parking. It's not fun to approve a truck stop and see it without parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment at this time? Okay. I will close public comment, and I do have a request that we
Public comment would not be closed.
Oh, okay.
There is still the rebuttal period, but if anyone's need of a break before the next 10 minutes are spent, then going into deliberation, et cetera, now would be a good time for that.
Go ahead and take the break.
Yes.
Okay. So we're not closing public comment, but we have a request that we do need to have a 10-minute break. And I want to remind the council members not to have discussions with anybody at this time, so do not have discussions with.
This guy.
Lights are back on. She turned them on. Okay, we are back in session. I'll just ask one more time, since we did not close public comment, make sure no one has any public comment this time. If not, then we'll go for the rebuttal from. Okay. We will go. Here, let me get this back up. Okay.
You want me to
Yeah,
summarize?
go ahead and summarize. Okay, now it's back on. Go ahead.
So, prior to the break, the public hearing remained open. So at this point, the public hearing portion of the meeting remains open. At this point, we wanted to make sure that there were no new public comment speakers other than the rebuttal periods. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak who hasn't spoken on this issue? Yeah. All right.
All right, Don East again. Comment I would like to make to the council, and I'm sure all of you understand it. I think one of the things that's really important, every business I know of in town is still trying to survive from COVID. You know, COVID cost everybody a lot of money. Anybody in business today were lucky that they got through it. So the question what I ask when you're looking at all of these things, is new competition going to help those people or not? I don't know what the answer is.
Thank you. Okay. Where to go for her?
So at this point, it would be appropriate to move into the rebuttal. First by the appellant on the variance, and then by the applicant. The time for rebuttal has been posted as 5 minutes for each side. Okay.
Mr. Marcia?
So as I know you're about to start deliberations and you'll have to make certain findings. And again, those findings are in the Yreka Code 166070. And I'd like to focus on 2, 4, 5, and 6. 6, we've talked a lot about complementary and harmonious. And so we have some suggested findings in my letter of October 16th that either you deny it as not being complementary or harmonious, or you could consider developing conditions that would make it harmonious and complementary by having them propose a project that would fit that mold. D2 talks about safety and welfare. Their own engineer admitted that there'll be times when RV owners are going to come face to face. These are not professional drivers that then got to manipulate their way out of that system. Saying if that's going to happen, the truckers are going to be in the same situation of being face to face and even have more difficult backing up. We've heard that then that causes traffic jams and inabilities for employees to get from the intersection to the hotel. If that took an hour, as this gentleman talked about, what is that going to do to fire and emergency response? When we have an emergency and you can't get through there because there is no parking, because there is that congestion, because of those traffic issues that they admit to, that is going to substantially put the public and safety at welfare. We've only got one ladder truck in this town, and we rely on Dunsmuir to support the second one for if we have fires and high rises. You're going to put 2 high rises next to each other. So the D2 finding, I think, is problematic. D5, that won't generate more traffic than it can withstand. Same issues develop. We know that the traffic's going to be there, that there's going to be these competing and offsetting issues. And so that finding would be difficult to make, but you could adopt other proposed conditions we've put in here to try to address those issues. And so I just really ask that you look hard at each one of the findings you must make and consider whether the evidence truly supports a finding that that can support that. I don't believe that it does. And that's why we filed the appeal from the Planning Commission, is because we don't believe the evidence supported the required findings. There was a purpose in adopting that statute, and you've been tasked with the duty to uphold that code and to address those issues. And so while we would love to see a harmonious and complementary project go into that spot, this is not it, and this doesn't comply with your code. And I ask that you either deny the project or send it back to the Planning Commission for further findings and study, including the revised site plan. With that, I'll turn my time over to the remaining owners.
Thank you.
Amon, just to let you know, you have 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Great, thank you. I'm going to use the STAR report that Ankit shared with all of you. If you would just bring that packet and look at the second page, he mentioned the first column where occupancy was compared from August 2022 to August 2023. We all know after COVID, there was a surge in travel, and which within a year, we lost that surge and we dropped the ADR and we dropped the occupancy. And in Yreka, in most of hotel business, there's a season. It's called from Memorial Day to Labor Day, when kids are out. In Yreka, it's called fire season. So when the firefighters are in town, that's when you have a surge in occupancy. Since the rains started early this year, we lost that. So all these motel owners that were on the Zoom call but did not speak, they are really concerned with another hotel opening up. And if you look at the middle column of the same sheet, occupancy in Yreka year-round from the 40% hotels that are reporting is 50%. For a hotel to survive, you need minimum 67%. So what is going to happen to these hotel owners that are already cleaning their own rooms? They're already taking the guests when they ring the bell at night because they cannot afford to have staff. What's going to happen? Are we going to stop human trafficking like that, pushing them into getting business, whatever that is not desirable by the big brands? I am doing a big favor sharing these numbers with the gentleman that has applied to build a hotel.
Thank you.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Right.
Just briefly for our rebuttal time, we're going to have Russ Winham speak for a couple of minutes, and then Mr. Zarka will be finishing up with our 5 allotted minutes.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Russ Wenham, GHD. I'm going to try to hit this a little bit high level, being careful not to have my words manipulated by an attorney again. But you know, that's just part of the deal, right? The first thing is there's reference to lack of queuing, and their conditions of approval have been added to the project that address queuing and the ability for vehicles to get into and out of the development. The lack of parking is actually a common thing within any internal commercial area. This is really a greater commercial subdivision. It's not a bunch of individual projects. It's 100% private, in fact. And when you get into a commercial subdivision, then the rules of engagement are not the same as they are in a public right-of-way, where you have different speeds and you have different expectations. We're really talking about internal circulation roads and parking lots and the ability to get to, fuel and park and that sort of thing. And I feel very comfortable with it. there was a comment made that we're not leaving truckers with a choice. Well, you know, I almost can't even respond to that because truckers do have a choice. I happen to, I may be the only registered traffic engineer in the state that also has a commercial driver's license. And so I know how truckers think. I know what their choices are. I know, you know how we make decisions. This is a very small, as it relates to the trucking portion, a very small boutique diesel component. It's not really fair to call it a truck stop. There's 4 fueling positions for trucks that will only survive really in kind of a boutique fashion when you look at how that will work operationally and from a traffic perspective. The other thing is there were references to queuing and getting out to the state highway. I'll just let you know, in a former career, I was a deputy district director for Caltrans. I know about the snow operations. I've been there in the snowstorms when the roads closed. I was there when the signal was built incorrectly 25 years ago or whatever it was. I know how that works, and I know how signal timing works. And I know that as volumes increase, Caltrans is responsible for adjusting the timing, and the queuing on the side street goes down accordingly. They just reallocate the time. It's my best friend that does that, you know, for Caltrans signals. So I think simply put, and then I will just end with this, is that, you know, all of the issues raised are really internal to a commercial center. They're all internal to a private commercial development. They're not issues that are out on the public right away. So they're all issues really to be resolved internally within the commercial folks. And that's not just from a, you know, an engineering perspective. I spent time, one of my funny career vignettes was I was a community development department head in a small city at different times and weighed these issues. So with that, I'll just stop because I just think that these issues are all just that, issues, and I do not see any problems based upon my experience. Thank you.
Committee, how much time is remaining?
1 minute and 32 seconds.
Thank you. My name is David Zarka. I'm used to beginning, my name begins with a Z, ends with an A. I'm used to cleaning up. So what it really comes down to is I want to compliment Mr. Mercier for wanting to talk about definitions, because harmonious is one of the synonyms for complementary. And this committee has already found that this project, this is on page 6, page 89, item 6, page 89 of the report, that it is complementary and is harmonious. What Mr. Mercier did, however, was take out, and he took the word competing is not complementary. That is not the definition. You can have complementary and competing businesses, and as a matter of fact, that's what you have here. There needs to be an adjustment on page 85 and 65 with respect to the typo that was pointed out by Mr. Wakeman to make it complementary with the items 2, that the proposed location of the planned unit development will not be detrimental to the public health. And with that, I believe I'm probably at 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. And Retta, did you note those corrections for those pages?
Pardon me, the corrections?
Oh, no, I was talking to the city clerk about the corrections you mentioned on the pages.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All done? Okay. One thing I did want to bring up is that okay for me to bring those up at this time? That I had concerns about, Mr. Jared. Okay. One thing I wanted to bring up is that Mr. Mercier at the beginning stated that he was not in receipt of the map in a favorable time to review. And also the applicant did not receive the letter that was presented to us today. And I'm asking that You feel
To
that?
to
Oh,
clarify, the
okay.
letter that you're talking
Okay.
about is the Mercier letter.
Is dated today. Oh, okay.
Hang on.
Okay.
The Mercier letter dated 10/16/23, received today, 10/17 at approximately 3:30.
Actually dated 10/17, not 10/16, but that's okay.
There was, I believe there was another version that was
Okay.
dated the other.
Okay. This one I received says October 17, 2023.
Ours all say 10/17.
All right.
Okay.
I'm not trying to. I just want to point
Yeah,
it
the
out.
version that I saw was the difference.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're straight here. That he didn't, the applicant did not receive this in time until this evening, I believe. And that Mr. Mercier stated that he did not receive the map. So my question is, without having a continuance, if you're okay with us moving forward without doing a continuance, if you feel you've received, and I'm talking to the applicant and Mr. Mercier, if you received adequate time and are okay with these documents that you received on such short notice. Mr. Rawlings?
Thank you, Mayor. We're not okay with it, but we would waive any defect thereof and ask for the council to go ahead, deliberate and vote on it tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my letter was dated October 16th. My understanding, my staff delivered on Monday. I found out today that the city didn't have record of receiving it, so then I presented it today. And so I appreciate the fact that you did get it. It would have been nice to have the site plan so that our engineer would have had an opportunity to respond to that directly. But then if we do a continuance, then we're going to need time to talk about all that. And I don't know how you would handle those timelines to be able to address that further. Or are you talking about having a do-over on the hearing, or what would be the proposal?
Mr. Jared will explain.
To, if you have a problem with having not received this document that was a culmination of the issues identified at the planning commission, it would be for you to have an opportunity to talk about this at a continued public hearing. And you and the applicant would have the ability to talk about each other's documents that would have been received in very short time today.
Right, because the other issue was, I guess there was a letter that was generated by Mr. Rollins that I just heard about tonight too, that I hadn't seen. And so that would be the other document that was not previously received. So if we do that continuance to have an opportunity to address it, I would want to address that letter plus the map, the site vamp plan.
So the question is to you.
Can I confer with my client, please?
Yes. Council members, please. Council members.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you guys have oh,
His final comment was if he could have a moment to confer with his client. Yeah.
Thank you. He should be addressing.
Thank you for that. I've conferred with my clients, and I think that we have addressed most of the issues that we would address, and appreciate everybody's time and effort. And so while it's all fresh in our minds and we don't lose today's discussion, I think we should proceed tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mercier. Mr. Jack.
At this point, it'd be appropriate to close the public hearing and then for the council to deliberate on this item, including any clarifying questions of staff.
All right. We'll close the public hearing, and I will go to city council for any clarifications for staff. So I will go to Ms. McCoy. You ready to go first?
Yeah, I want to first thank each of these sides for their testimony and what they had to say today. I understand that we have two things before us. Let me go back and let me find them. One item. I'm sorry, I apologize. One item is the approval or denial or the sending back of a project to the planning commission. The other is a affirmation of an appeal on variance, the denying of the appeal on a variance, and or I don't know, can we send the variance back? We can't. Was it just two on the variances? We have two choices or three? I know you've gone over this. I apologize, sir.
No, I don't think I addressed the issue of on the variance, if you could send that back to, if there was I suppose if there was not enough information on the variance as it came from the planning commission for you to make your decision, then you would send that back as well.
Okay. So the two items. And I'm gonna try and keep it short. Both sides make very compelling arguments for what they support.
So if I could.
Yes, sir.
interject.
Yes, sir.
I do have some comments about some issues that need to be addressed before you get into true deliberation. But at this point, it really would be appropriate to ask if you have any clarifying questions of staff.
I'm sorry. I do not have any clarifying questions, Mr. City Attorney.
All right. Any clarifying questions, Mr. Davis? Clarifying question.
I think the questions that I had of Juliana were just answered by Mr. Jared. What we're going to determine if we're going to approve it, deny it, or send it back. And then we are also going to discuss the variance. Okay, that is what I had of our staff. All right, and the presentations were very outstanding. I was really excited listening to them. Mr. Rollins and Mr. Mercier and their staffs were fabulous. And no matter how my vote goes, you guys did a great job.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. Councilman Baker?
So I do have a couple of clarifying questions. This site plan, was this developed after the planning commission approved the project? And was it based on the findings that the planning commission made?
So the site plan that's before you tonight illustrates the conditions of approval that were approved by the planning commission. Yes.
That was almost an attorney way of answering. Yes.
I don't think you're satisfied with that answer, so let's go back.
Yeah.
So let's excuse me, I'm not an attorney, so I have to go from A to Z. So the planning commission made their recommendations on approving the project, and then this was developed based on their recommendations.
Correct. This was developed to reflect what the planning commission said, which was the street should be widened if it can be effectively. The planning commission recognized that it would be better to widen the street. And so a condition was adopted that said, if the street can be widened because the street is not owned by the applicant, the street's owned by the POA, Property Owners Association. If the Property Owners Association, which was members of that association were complaining about the width of the street and about the congestion. So on the one hand, they're talking about the width, on the other hand, they're holding the keys to whether the street could be widened. And so the way that the condition was written was recognizing that the street might be better if it was widened, but also recognizing that the applicant doesn't have the only say in that. And so you did hear tonight about someone saying no one's come to them about discussing the widening of the street. And that's the reason why the time isn't ripe yet for the applicants to come and talk to the owners association on that issue. And so the planning commission granted it with that condition that a plan be developed to show that. And so that's what's before you is and no other aspect of the project has changed other than the shaded portion. The shaded portion on the site plan shows the additional width of the street, the moving back of the curb, moving the curb on the west side of the street further west.
Thank you. And then I want to make sure that I have all of the additional correspondence. So, Mr. Jared, could you just go through what we should have, or would you like me to? Because I don't believe that I have a copy of the letter from the last gentleman from Medford who spoke, or I'm just not under.
I believe he may have brought that to the planning commission, but did he bring one for city council?
We did not receive a letter prior to the meeting, and if he would have brought a letter for your distribution, Jason would have had it and distributed it similar to the report that we received tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought that he brought a letter tonight, so.
We did receive additional documentation at the planning commission meeting, which will be entered into the meeting minutes as record.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Councilman Baker.
So there are a couple of points that I think need to be made about what you need to be considered. And so what your deliberations on this would entail. And so as I pointed out earlier, that focuses on the statements in the staff report on pages 83 and 90 regarding the findings that need to be made for the two items. And those findings are then articulated on pages 95 and 100 of the resolution as to what you would actually be finding to prove that each of those findings had been made. That's really where your deliberation focuses. I do need to point out that there were many comments. Looks like about 9 speakers mentioned things that were essentially related to economic competition or employment issues, what this effect would have on other hotels in the city, or the transient occupancy tax. All of those issues are what I would describe as economic considerations. And I don't see where those fit into the findings that you need to address. The findings that you need to address on harmonious, it's been described as harmonious or complementary. As staff is interpreting that, that is from a planning perspective, not from an economic perspective or from a social perspective. And so the zoning code is designed about orderly impacts of the formation of the types of uses that would be together. And so the staff report has addressed those in that way. And so that just should be considered in your deliberation. There was a statement made about the parking of big rigs on the new development and how it was discriminatory. Discriminatory or discrimination is quite a loaded word. From a legal perspective, I don't believe that there is any, it's not unlawful, certainly, to allot the parking the way unlawful, meaning it's not illegal, it's no one's going to get sued for discriminating against truckers. for not providing them parking. I just want to underscore that. And I suppose as soon as I say no one's going to get sued, then someone will bring a lawsuit. I don't see a liability to the city or anyone else for discrimination based on how the parking has been allotted. And that being said, the parking can be a basis for one of your findings that there's not sufficient parking, but to call it discriminatory, I think was going just one bridge too far on that. And I think that. So as for the complementary harmonious, that is not defined under the city code, which means it's up for you to decide what it is. The code does not say look to Webster's. The code is open for you to make the decision on what that means. And I think that's really a focus of much of the discussion and dispute for this project. And so that really, I think, needs to be addressed in your findings, at least some statement regarding that, so that that's on the record. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jared. So now I guess everybody's questions have been answered, correct? Okay. And now where you want me to go with this? No.
So at this point, it would be appropriate for the council to deliberate and then entertain whatever motion you want to do with the options that you have before you.
All right. All right, I'm just reading. Councilman Baker, any? I'm lost for words right now. I know that's hard to believe.
Before we
but-
get into that, there is
Oh.
indeed one more.
Okay, you lied to me.
I did lie to you. There was one typo that was identified, the absence of the word not. Was that page 85? That is indeed a correct, yeah, on the first full paragraph on page 85, with the recommended conditions for approval, ... that will be detrimental. No, indeed, it was staff's intention that will not be detrimental to public health. And that, I believe, was an edit that was just omitted from the final copy of that. But that the speaker who mentioned that it was in, now that is that absence of the word not is not in the resolution itself. And I did not look to see if that was, is that in the resolution as well?
Page 85. Yeah.
Yeah, so in the resolution on page 96, with the recommended conditions of approval, comma, ... then we continue down to the next line. We would need to add in the resolution, in a matter that will, insert not, be detrimental to the public health.
Okay. Retta, did you receive all that information? Okay, thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, first of all, just want to thank both sides for being here tonight and for presenting such comprehensive information to us. And I support statements that have been made on both sides of this issue. So it is, I have to just keep in mind that we are basing our decision off of these findings that are presented, and that any of the economic issues are not part of these findings.
That's right. You're basing your decision on the testimony that was provided to you either in person here tonight, in the documents provided, in the documents sent.
Okay.
And the issues to be discussed are those findings that you're talking about now. So that's those are the areas of focus. If you can't make one of those findings, either the required findings on page 95 or the required findings on starting on page 100, if something stands out that cannot make this finding, then that would mean either denying the project or sending the project back to the planning commission for further evaluation, which might entail project refinement by the applicant to address those findings.
I think I'd like to hear from the other council members at this point in time, and reserve the right to come back with further comment.
Councilman Davis?
You know, I've looked at this and it's well put together, but I have a concern. If you'll excuse me. The parking is a huge issue here. And I think there needs to be parking provided for the trucks, the big rigs, and not expect to use the parking of the existing business. So I think there's a weakness there, and I think that needs to be looked at and handled. The travel center needs to have a better parking, in my opinion.
Mr. Davis, can you clarify for me? When you say better parking, are you saying overnight parking for the semis? Because it looks like there's plenty of parking, but you're saying overnight parking for the semis. Is that what you're saying?
You know, like there was a comment about the trucks coming up to the fueling station and then they go in and get some food or, you know, supplies. And their truck just sits there. And so you're waiting to get through that. There needs to be a place that those people can pull off and park their truck so that they don't stop the fueling process, because not everybody wants to go in. They want to get their fuel and go. So, you know, I drive I'm not a truck driver, but I've got a fifth wheel on my pickup, and there are lanes for fifth wheels and trailers, and there are truck lanes. And usually out past the fueling station, there is lots of room for the trucks to park. I've been into a couple of them that were in that Astoria that were pretty tight, and there wasn't any room for me. Like, in and out, there's no place to go inside. So I think that's a problem with this particular development.
Not having overnight park or
I'm
long-term
not sure
parking.
whether it would need to be overnight.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify. No, I'm trying to clarify. No, I'm trying to clarify you. Are you saying
there needs to be a
Better
place
parking.
that they can pull off and go do their grocery run or hamburger run or whatever.
Okay.
And then get back in their rig and go. Now, I've gone up to the current truck stop and we buy the Indian food and the Chinese food. And it seems to be that the trucks are lined up outside after they fuel. And that wouldn't be fair and right to have this other truck stop using that area, is what I'm saying. They need to provide parking for their own trucks. Trucks that come to their station. And I'm having a tough time on this thing, seeing it. And I think maybe that is something that can be addressed with our planning director. She might be able to help them along in that direction. So rather than just saying, no, we're not going to have this. This is a problem that needs to be addressed in my mind. Am I clear with that, Mr. Mayor?
I think so. It was a simple question. It was overnight parking for them to make an actual truck stop because they're not having showers or anything like that. Or if it's just for fueling, they fuel up, then you want them to park and then go back in. Is that's what I was
A lot of
clarifying.
these truck stops have shower facilities, you know, a lot of these guys drive for a week.
Yeah.
And they stop.
My
at
dad was a truck driver
stop
for
to
35
get
years. I know.
Get a shower and clean clothes on, you know, and I've used it when I've gone hunting in the Eastern Oregon, stop in the truck stop, they got a shower. Well, they need to park the rig for a while to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Davis. So just to clarify, so I want to ask a question piggybacking off that.
Thank you,
They're-
Mr. Mayor, for my.
Thank
time.
you. They're not requesting or defining it. And maybe the definition of a truck stop and a fueling is two different things. So maybe correct me if
So-
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
They're not.
To clarify the
Yeah.
record, there is no shower facility at this project. It's been described as a travel center, which is different than a truck stop. And the travel center is there to provide the fueling opportunity rather than a full truck stop where you'd have the shower and the laundry facilities. And while that might have been in prior, very early iterations and discussions about that, what is being proposed tonight is not, does not have shower facilities, does not have laundry for truckers or for the general public. It sounds like the comment you're making, though, if you were to put that into findings terms, the finding number 2 on page 95, that the conditions under which that be operated and maintained would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. But the lack of parking would fall under that finding. Is that what you're saying? Because if it's not there, then we need to be in another location. And I
Mr.
think
Jared,
that's
I am not sure that sounds like what I'm talking about.
okay.
I think I'm talking about a truck stop, and I didn't realize that this was not designed for a park your truck after you go fuel. And I read this, all this material, and I did not understand. I thought it was truck stop.
Well, what I heard about your comment was that if someone is going to go and that this site should address its own parking needs and not rely on the business across the street to park trucks so that truckers could use the facilities under the applicant's project.
That is correct.
All right. So if your idea is that this needs more parking and it needs to be handled as you
put it, then it sounds like the finding is under number 2, not detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or injurious to the properties or improvements in the vicinity. I just want to, the point being, we need to focus on the findings.
Okay. got
What
it.
finding can you not make if you want to deny it or send it back?
Councilman Baker?
So there was testimony that was given tonight that illustrated backed up parking during the winter months during snowstorms. And we know that that is a reality in Yreka for those of us who have lived here. That's a reality. And there was the concern that if the roads were blocked, that public safety vehicles may not be able to get into where they might be needed if there was a call, say at one of the motels or hotels there rather. And so help me to say the right thing. I think that my concern would fall under finding number 2 as well. That it would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. I cannot make that finding with the situation that was illustrated.
Can I ask a question? I want to get.
Mr. McQuay? Yeah, Mr. McQuay.
Councilwoman, you can't make the finding that it's safe, or you can't make the finding that it's unsafe.
So the finding is that the proposed location of the planned unit development and the conditions under which it would be operated or maintained will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. I can't make that finding based on the illustration that was given to us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That clarifies. Thank you.
So to piggyback on that, you're saying that it's currently already a problem. I'm confused. Based on the finding that's not one of the findings that is not going to jeopardize it. Because currently when you go out there, that truck stop cannot, the current truck stop that's there cannot facilitate the amount of trucks that's already diverted from the freeway. So they're already creating a safety and public safety issue when the roads are closed. There's semis up and down the highway. So you're saying it's already existing currently? The problem, the health and safety?
I'm
confused.
Investigated that
Oh.
because I was told that we weren't supposed to do our own investigation.
No, that's what I thought you were saying. I'm confused because I thought that's what you were saying, that you can't find that it's not because there was already a problem. So I'm confused. I was just confused.
No, I'm just talking about the
Oh.
addition of this project.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that you couldn't. Okay, I was confused. Sorry, strike that. I was confused.
I think, Mr. Mayor. that
Yes, Mr. Davis.
Jared has directed me towards the right. That probably is where we're talking about. That number 2. Because if you look at it, that.
It sounds like there's concern about parking and now about the circulation. And in the finding scheme of things, the box that I would put that under is indeed number 2. That the project would not be detrimental. And so if you're finding that it would be detrimental by adding this, by not addressing the parking, then you would not be able to make finding number 2.
Yes. And Mr. Jared, you also, I believe, mentioned to us that it would be our responsibility to define what is harmonious and complementary.
Correct.
Okay.
It's your code. You can interpret it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other further questions or comments before we decide on what? So what's before us is the motion to approve the city council resolution 2023-51, a resolution of the city council of the city of Yreka affirming the planning commission's approval of amendments to the planning development 5-98 with conditions, or denying the appeal of the variance 2021-45, affirming the planning commission approval of variance 2021-45. Those are the two items before us, correct? So, yes, Ms. McCoy.
I'd like to ask the attorney a question, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. And that is, as we look at two, the
Mm-hmm.
proposed location of the planned unit development and conditions
Mhm.
under which it's being built, that's on page 80 or 95. Then we look at item 7 on page 100. Those are both what we're using those specifically to look at the approval of the site plan and the business, not of the appeal. Or are they both, do they tie into both? Yeah, I'm just asking for you for I mean, it's not a catch. I'm not trying to gotcha. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, page 95 through 100.
Yes.
95.
What's called section 3 in the resolution. That's the findings for the review of the PUD recommendation by the planning commission.
Okay.
Then section 4 on page 100, that goes through page 101. There are 4 findings there under section 4 that would need to be made to uphold the variance.
Got it. Okay. So may I go ahead and continue to speak?
Yes.
So,
Ms. McCoy.
one thing we know is this is costing both parties a lot of money. It's cost them attorney's fees. Again, I know that just for, as I've said before, just my daughter's paralegal fees for the law firm she works for, she bills herself out at $350 an hour. And the attorneys bill out at $500, $600, $700 an hour. So I know that this isn't cheap. I know just to write a letter, a lot of times it's $500, $600. The other thing is that the current owner of the Travel Plaza and the Holiday Inn is losing sleep over because they're worried about how it's going to affect them, complimentary, not complimentary, harmonious. And the developer of the 4 parcels that wants to do the phase 1 of the fueling station, not a truck stop. They're losing money because every minute that they have to wait, they're not building. And when they're not building, they're not getting close to their deadline. And when they don't meet their deadline, then they're not bringing any revenue. I would not want to be in either of their shoes. Fossil fueling is such the future of it. And we know in America, as long as we continue to have a certain political ideology, I'm not knocking anybody, I'm just saying it. We know that's going to be dead in 2035. We know that a current, if you want to buy a tractor rig, you're spending about $350,000. In order to buy one of the electric tractor rigs, you're looking at $650,000. It's double, almost double what it costs. And yet our government continues to push us to that. We've had people testify and with great clarity that, we need to put in electric and I know that that's part of it. And, this may all become moot in 2035 or 2040 when 80 or 90% of our cars are electric. And we don't need a refueling station for gas or for diesel because we're not going to be using it. California is typically the leader in this. We are one of the most non-lenient states, I will say, in how we oppress our businesses and we oppress our people. I think and I'm not trying to speak about one side or the other. I'm just saying we're very oppressive. So, you know, it looks like it's a new gas station with food shops. Obviously this says British Petroleum, and I guess Atlantis Richfield Company or Arco would be the store. I'm just looking at a few things. I know we're all concerned about safety. I've seen some pretty tight streets in Yreka with people parked in them. Yreka is not known for its wide streets because it goes back a ways. We Californians think it does anyway. I mean, if you talk to somebody on the East Coast, they go, well, 450 years anymore. We're talking old. So I don't see an issue with somebody getting through as far as an emergency vehicle. They're going to get through. I have observed when I've gone up to get something to eat up there, or when I've gone up to fuel up, I have had to avoid trucks coming out. I have observed them driving over the sprinklers and breaking them as they come out. They drive over the plants. And I know that the owners are aware of it, and I know that they don't like it. They don't want that happening. So I'm not sure why Planning Commission, in their infinite wisdom, issued a permit for that with a street that doesn't right now function, doesn't meet the, you know, it doesn't meet the quality of width that we need. The fact that the current owner with this new plan is saying you can take the rest of the land out of my side of the station, so they're losing valuable land where they could be, you know, dollar per square foot, they could be selling things, and they're willing to give that up in order to be able to allow the trucks to get in. Parking is never going to be solved. This is, again, I don't see this as a truck plaza. I've driven through the truck plaza with YPD on night patrols. They go through 2 or 3 times to check the 18-wheelers because there's a lot of stuff that can happen with 18-wheelers, and YPD and the chief are very aware of that, and I thank them for their diligence being up in that area. But the narrowness of the street at this point in time is a moot point. It's a moot point. There's, you know, I mean, if it can be added on, if the PUD can get together and they can add it on, it's going to help to solve the issue. But, you know, I mean, these are big rigs. That's what this property was zoned for, was commercial. And, you know, would I love to see a Sambo's or a Denny's, well, or any kind of restaurant go in, sit down? Yes, I would love to. But unfortunately, I don't see that happening. It hasn't happened. I am going to speak as a businessman now, and that is that you know, I've only owned businesses. I owned a couple in Southern California for about 16 years, and I owned one up here for 7. So I've only got 23 years. I don't have probably the experience that a lot of you do in the audience. But I will tell you that in the business that I was in, we found harmony when we moved in next door to another store that sold the exact same thing that we did. And then another store 2 years later decided to move across the street from us and sell the same thing we did. And 4 years later, we owned both those stores and we merged them into ours. So competition can be complementary. Competition isn't bad. It's what our country was built on. You know, we have the free enterprise system is alive and well. Has COVID hurt us? Yeah. What's hurt us more? Our government, our oppressive government that allows us to not do what we need to do when they make us jump through hoops. And so, I mean, I think that again, both presentations are great. Looking at the merit alone, I believe that the applicants are trying to comply. Number one, I think they're trying to build a nice business that will also complement our community. And we don't have a lot of people coming in that want to complement our community. That's not a reason to okay it. The reason is I can't find any way that I can say no. I mean, we can't go through, we can deny this. I just don't see it. It's not there. And I think because of that, I have to say, you know, right now that if I can't find anything that violates the findings that our city staff, our city manager, city assistant manager, planning commissioner have talked about, and we don't hear a tremendous amount of negativity. We don't have any negativity from either the police department or the fire department. I don't see how we can't do anything other than you know, we can't, because I don't like it. I may not like it, but I can't say, well, I don't like it, so I'm gonna, you know, you know, I don't think it's a good thing. I'm gonna vote against it. I mean, they've met everything that the city and the planning commission and the planning commissioner and the city clerk have asked them to meet. So is it perfect? No, but my life has not been perfect for the last 65 years. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman McCoy. Okay, I guess I just will say that you know, everybody's passionate about their business, and we appreciate all the work everybody has done. And you know, we rely on codes and zoning and our planning commission to do the study and move for us, you know, move things before us as far as this is one of those projects, and one of their findings is, you know, their recommendation is to move the project forward. And so and I guess I just have a question because I'm missing it. I don't know if Juliana can answer this, or somebody, maybe Andrew or Mr. Ledbetter can answer it. Was there something, and I know I read it, about the parking and making sure there's no overnight parking in here? I'm missing it somewhere, but I know it was part of the conditions that there was. Juliana? Oh. I think my eyes are just getting tired. I'm missing it right over because I read it before.
There is a condition of approval that we do not allow overnight camping in a car or overnight camping in general on the property, and it will be managed by the manager of the travel center as well as the hotel. So it is a condition of approval. And so again, conditions of approval, if they're not met, we can revisit the use permit in a planning commission meeting to either modify the use permit conditions or to revoke the use permit as a whole. So again, if there is non-compliance, we do have an enforcement ability to do that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. Looks like you want to say something?
Well, I just wanted to extend that as a resolution, this would require 3 affirmative votes to actually, for any direction, either to approve the resolution or to send it back to the planning commission, or to if there are not 3 votes to do something like that, then effectively the item is denied for not being able to review and pass this on as an approved project.
Yes, Mr. Davis.
I think these are issues, but I don't think these are issues that can't be overcome. You know, I believe that, you know, there's lots of folks that are involved that are professionals, architects and stuff, and they can design some of this stuff if we send it back to the planning commission so that it meets something that a majority of this board or can come up with. So
And what
I
issues?
really admire Mr. McCoy and Paul. I think probably some of the finest words you've said this year that I've heard. And thank you very much for that. And I think that we need to think about this a little bit.
And what issues are you talking about, Mr. Davis? You said there was issues. What issues are you talking about that if we send it back?
I only had one issue.
The parking?
Parking.
Okay. So one issue. Okay.
Is it appropriate for me to ask a question if the issue of emergency vehicles being able to get into that location, was that addressed? Was that discussed at the planning commission or through? I've read this document. I'm sorry that I can't remember every single nuance.
I'm with you.
Sure. So every development in the city of Yreka does have to go through fire code assessment during the building process. The fire chief is involved in pre-application meetings, although this is a little bit of a different project. It's more involved, but there was an assessment of fire services within the initial study that we prepared for CEQA analysis. And we did consult and take a look at the different apparatus that we have, and it is able to be accommodated on that property and based on the design prior to the application of the conditions. But I can defer to the chief of police and the fire chief as well, who'd like to speak to that.
Thank you. I'm good. I'm good. So knowing that, and also knowing that if there are complaints about the conditions of the use permit not being met, that they can then go back. The option is to go back to the planning commission. I think I'm ready to I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
And
Councilman Baker.
I would like
Oh.
to.
Sorry. He's
I
asking.
think
Yes,
the inquiry is whether or
two
not a
motions.
motion would need to be two motions, and I think that completely depends on where you want
I'm
to go
sorry to
with it.
interrupt you too. I
I think if the question is, there are two actions, one about the PUD and one about the variance, I could see where those could get wrapped into one motion to either for approval or denial. If that's where your question was going.
No, I just want to make sure we all knew, and I apologize for interrupting you, Madam Councilwoman. Just want to make sure we know which one we're voting on.
So I'm prepared at this time to make a motion to, I'm looking for the paperwork here. A motion to approve City Council Resolution 2351, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Yreka affirming the Planning Commission approval of amendments to planned unit development 5-98 with conditions. That's my motion.
It's just, that's the first motion. Then the second one was denying appeal of variance. Right?
I'll second the motion.
I want to clarify that.
Yeah, call for question.
Call for question.
Okay.
She
so-
stopped short of what I'm looking at.
Yeah, to clarify, the motion that's on the table is the first half of the sentence on recommended action on page 1 of the staff
Okay.
report.
Mhm.
Just the first half. It's not addressing the
Okay.
variance.
Okay.
So it's an affirm, a modify, or a deny.
The motion before you is to affirm the planning commission's decision. The only note that I would make there is that the resolution has that missing word "not" someplace in it. And so the motion might want to consider that, or if we already covered that issue. The "not" I'm talking about is the
Page 87.
page 96, the typo.
Oh, so I would like to, with approval of the second, amend my motion. It's the same motion with that change on page 96.
Okay.
That was pointed out to us, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a motion from Councilman Baker. And then I had a second from Councilman Davis. I will do roll call. Councilman McCoy, Pro Tem McCoy,
Aye.
Councilman Davis, Councilman Baker,
Yes.
and yes for B, Middleton. So the motion, that motion passes 4-0, and Councilman Cake is absent.
He's
Oh.
recused.
Recused, I'm sorry. He's absent and recused. Both. Okay. So now we move on to the second portion. If I can get back there. Sorry. Okay,
May I make a statement?
okay,
Um,
beforehand, okay.
you alluded to page 95, Wilma, is that, or which page did you allude to?
Correct. Page,
Mm.
or page 96.
I have it on page 85. That's not the.
Yeah, page 85 is the staff report.
Got it.
Page
Thank you.
96 is the resolution on which you just
I
voted.
apologize. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no problem.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, and then the second part is
Second part's in regard to the appeal.
the
on-
dynamic,
on the
okay,
variance.
okay. So we have the appeal of the variance 2021-45 for the Planning Commission approval of the variance 2021 -45. There's appeal on that, so.
And
Oh.
as a reminder, the
Mhm.
variance is the height variance on the hotel portion of the project, which is required in order to have this proposed hotel go up to exceed the zoning standard of 35 feet. And as proposed would exceed that by 8 1/3 feet. Again, this part of the also has certain findings that need to be made, and those findings are at page 100 of the proposed resolution.
Page what, I'm sorry. Page 100.
So on page 100, that's the draft resolution. And in section 4 of the draft resolution, we consider the variance appeal. So under section 4, there's some non-italicized print. It's number 1, because of special circumstances applicable to this property, strict application of the city code deprives such property privileges enjoyed by other property in the vicinity and under identical zoning classifications. There's then a discussion under that says fact. That's the finding that you would be making that supports that this is not a special privilege that's being granted and therefore a variance would be allowed or would be appropriate. The next paragraph, number 2, is the next finding that would need to be made. And after that, there's italicized writing talking about what your finding would be to show that indeed a variance is applicable or appropriate. Then the third and the fourth findings are there on page 101. And again, it's in non-italicized text is the city code that needs to be met. And in italicized text
is the finding that staff has proposed that, it warrants, a variance being, uh, uh, being granted. If you found each of those, findings, that would mean that the appeal on the variance is denied, and the project would go forward with the 43-foot, 4-inch, height, of the hotel.
All right. All right. What are the wishes of the council regarding the sorry. Get back here.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I was lost there. I gotta get back here. Good. Councilman Baker.
I'd like to make a motion that we deny the appeal with the findings as they're listed in the resolution.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilman Baker that denying the appeal. And I will, anybody else? Okay. Just make sure something.
This is Councilman McCoy. I will second that motion, Councilwoman. That is to deny the the decision, the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just so there's no confusion on what that the motion is.
It's kind of written right as weird.
Denying the appeal will allow the hotel to be built to the 43 and 4-inch height, and a variance will be granted.
Okay. All right. With that clarification, we have the motion by Councilman Baker and a second from Councilman Pro Tem McCoy. I will do roll call. Councilman Davis. Councilman Baker.
Yes.
Councilman Pro Tem McCoy.
Aye.
And I from Middleton. So the motion passes to deny the appeal and move it forward 4-0. All right. Thank you, everybody.
There's one
any
final
question?
housekeeping matter on
okay.
this. On just one final thing.
Okay.
Those two motions and the actions voted on are included in the draft resolution. And so the resolution that will be put together would incorporate both of the motions into one single resolution.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. That was I mean, it was a long process. We appreciate you sticking with us and as we move forward with that.
Very patient.
Okay. Oh my gosh, my eyes hurt. I can't even.
Hey, we appreciate you guys, but we're
Yes.
still in an active
Oh,
meeting here,
yes,
so just so
be
you know.
quiet. Just exit quietly, please. Okay. So we'll move on to item. Bear with me. Bear with-
You got it. You got it.
I know, dude.
Covered.
Okay, we're item number 11, the city manager staff report. City manager and staff may make brief announcements and do reports at this time. Mr. Ledbetter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Yreka City Council. This is a very short staff report, and I believe Chief Gilman's still up for staff report. Thank you. So met with the consulting company that bid on the Ringy Pool engineer and design on 10/5. So we're still actively working with that outfit to get them under contract. On 10/19, I will be attending the cemetery district board meeting to discuss a possible fencing project for the cemetery up on Foothill behind the YMCA. Also on 10/19, I will be meeting with the consultant, working with the EDC to go over strategic planning with the Economic Development Council, specifically for the city of Yreka. We have also decided with a few priority projects in the limited time, for the months of November and December, that basically due to the holidays, that we're going to go ahead and pause the comms ad hoc meetings. And we'll start those back up January of 2024. We're almost ready to deliver the first deliverable of the ad hoc, and in each of your mailboxes, you did receive the double-sided newsletter on 11/17 paper that reads like an old-time newspaper and gives updates on the multitude of city projects we have going on. You guys all have a copy of that. Please reach out to me. The plan would be to roll that out sometime in November. So if you do have any feedback, please let me know. We have worked with Councilmember Baker and Mayor Middleton on these items through the comms ad hoc. But that's all I have, and I'm going to kick it over to Police Chief Gilman.
Morning, council member. I'm sure everyone's excited to have me up here talk some more. Should I say good morning? It's been a very long day.
I thought I was doing things. I'm like, I am so tired.
I'm not even sure where I'm at right now.
It's morning somewhere.
Exactly.
Like, how long have I been?
Well, so anyways, I came up to talk, last time we were out here, we had a lot of comments about animal control, and people were talking about getting an animal control officer back. So I just wanted to bring some stats in and just let everyone kind of know where we're at in animal control calls. When you guys help me out, so Yreka Police Department takes an average of 25,000 calls a year. That's more than almost any other agency. It's amazing how many calls a year we handle. So I needed patrol, and you guys helped me out. We got rid of an animal control position. We boosted patrol. Since that time, we've actually increased our animal control calls by 24%. We're more effective with patrol than we ever were with animal control. I went back through 3 years, back to 2020, before any of this happened, and started to run the stats. And with just a straight animal call. So now my stats are labeled by different titles. Like we'll have just a general animal call, which could be a cow at a parking lot. Or we could have, like a stray dog that gets captured by us, or one that we find and just pick up. So there's a lot of different headings, but just under the heading animal, we handled 769 in the last 12 months. The 12 months prior to that was 754. The 12 months prior to that was 594. So it's about the same. Couple calls difference over last year, a couple hundred over 2 years ago. But then looking at animal captures. So for the 2 years prior, we had animal control officers. We had 0 animal captures that had to be like wrangled down. This year, since we no longer have animal control, we've had 9 animal captures that we've captured dogs. On top of that, we've had found dogs where we pick them up and take them to the kennel that someone finds. 33 this year, 33 the 12 months prior to that, 24 the months prior to that. So our found is the same. So we're up on the captures. Our adoptions, we do an amazing job at adoptions. I was really surprised by the number because it shows that we've adopted 8 dogs out this 12 months, 7 months and 4 months, or 7 dogs and 4 dogs on the years previous to this. So we're ahead of that on adoptions. I think what this doesn't reflect is that our kennel techs now, we have 2 basically full-time kennel techs and then some part-times. They've been working so hard at getting dogs out of the kennels that we generally run 0 animals in the kennel most of the time because we have organizations that'll take them. So it doesn't reflect as an adoption because someone didn't come to the city and pay for it. But we were able to take that dog to, we've shipped dogs to Washington, a pit bull rescue in Washington, rather than putting dogs down. So these dogs have all found homes. So the number adoption only reflects who has come to the police department and adopted dog from us, which is higher than the 2 years prior is higher. Bites are about the same. Basically, my whole gist of this is since we got rid of animal control, which we seem to cycle animal control officers all the time. It's not a job that we can keep people long-term. Years ago, when I started, we had animal control officers for a long time. Now they stay a year, maybe 2. And the good ones I've hired. The good ones have become police officers, work at the police department. Some haven't made it. Some have moved on to other places. When we see talent, we bring them back up. But since we've done away with that position, we've actually increased our animal control calls. We've increased our adoptions and we've increased our captures. And our kennels running smoother as ever run, thanks to our kennel techs that work part-time. So I thought maybe you'd like to hear some of those stats. It seemed like the last meeting I kind of took a beating over, we need animal control back. We're doing better without it, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
That's great. Great
That's what I have.
stats. Great information. All right. Chief Jerry, anything? You're good? Okay. I'll go to council members. Councilman Davis, anything to report?
The COVID sucks. Just want you to know, I had a bite of COVID a month ago when I was gone, and it's awful. I'm back, but it's awful.
All right.
I don't envy anybody that gets it.
Ugh.
Most of the stuff that I was doing got put on hold. The Fire Safe Council.
Okay.
Done with that for a while. So,
Yeah. Nobody wanted you there with COVID. So they thank you.
hopefully.
Well, glad you're better. Glad you're better and back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate
Yeah, I
it.
heard it's awful. Councilman Baker.
Thank you, Mayor Middleton. I don't believe that I attended any meetings the last couple of weeks outside of city council. I have met with the city manager for just our regular weekly meetings. I do have a couple of notes. So Claudia East, when she made her public comments, she talked about the form that would be available for people to submit a protest and the availability of that form. And so can we put that on the website? Can we make that available to people to mail out? I don't want to micromanage, but can we make that form available and make it known that it's available?
Absolutely. Yeah, I have that note. That is a concern. Absolutely. We will investigate that tomorrow morning.
Thank you. And then, I'm always thinking, believe it or not, I'm always thinking, and I'm a process person and a procedure person. And I have give me just a second because I'm looking for the right word. I have some concerns about how certain things are handled. And I don't know if it is policies that we can direct the city to make recommendations to, or if it's something that needs to be addressed maybe through the code of conduct. But I have some concerns about the equity of the policies regarding people placing items on an agenda. I just would like to have that spelled out a little bit more clearly, as well as I realize that I don't know what our policy is as far as as far as elected officials being involved with city departments one-on-one. And I would like to see something developed or some guidelines for that, because I don't know what I can and can't do and how often I can do it. And so I would just like to see those couple of things addressed. And I think that's it. I would like us to remember the people of Israel and the people of the Gaza Strip. Keep them in our prayers and thoughts.
Amen.
Thank you.
Yes, for sure. Thank you, Councilman Baker. Councilman McCoy.
Do you mind if I talk about Lola for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. I'll keep mine quick. I thank Councilwoman Baker too for mentioning the Gaza Strip in Israel. We need to keep them all in our prayers. I will tell you that I didn't make LTC this month. Nancy knows, but I broke down on the hill, and by the time I got a tire changed in the fog and the rain, it had taken a long time, and then I stopped to get a new tire and got hit by a car in the crosswalk in Ashland. So, I mean, I came out fine. I just jumped up on her hood and backed away, but you know, it just goes to show it doesn't just happen here, you know. Anyway, and yeah, I just put a few handprints on her car is all, that's all. So I apologize for that. The mayor, myself, and the city manager went to Lola over in Tootie Lake. It's my second trip to Lola over there. It is a long trip, but they really do put on the dog. It's fun if you get a chance to go, and you know, you guys still got a lot of time. We got a lot of time left in our turn. If you get a chance, it's a lot of fun. And we heard a lot about things that are going on in the different cities. I will say that it was Brandon, Supervisor Chris's, it's kind of his hurrah. He's getting ready to go out. And so we wished him well. There were 3 or 4 council members that peppered him with some very nice questions asking, and I'm sure we'll be talking individually to the other supervisors about funding libraries more in the county, and about funding a juvenile hall, since so we don't send our kids out to another juvenile hall to learn other things. And that's why we built the Charlie Bird Center. But it was a good meeting, wonderful time. We had a driver, so we could drink all the diet sodas and we wanted. And water. We drank as much as we wanted, diet sodas and water. So thank you very much. And Corey did a good job representing us, telling them about all the good stuff going on.
All right.
I mean, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you. Councilman McCoy. Yeah, it was I've been by Tule Lake, but I hadn't been to Tule Lake for a while, and then after a while, I'm like, oh my gosh, are we there yet? Because it had been a while since we've been over there. And somebody was talking and missed our turn, so we missed the first part of the we were involved in some good conversation, but it's okay. We got to the main part where it was the food. So but no, there was a lot more people that attended out there that I thought. Usually they don't. I don't know, because I hadn't been to I missed the one they had before, but it was good representation for everybody at Tule Lake. I was pretty happy for them, because you didn't think no one's going to travel, but a lot of council members and cities showed up. It was pretty full. They put on a good dinner, but they talked about their town, and it's funny, small towns, you know, they're revamping, but yeah, it's I guess a big plan. So hopefully they can change. They want to get their town changed just like anybody. So they're smaller, but I don't think I have anything.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I think we have discussed on our weekly meetings, and it kind of rolls into Council Member Baker's discussion about policy and code of conduct.
Oh. So what do you want? Me to
I believe that you had mentioned about the
Oh,
possible
yes.
process.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, so we do have a process, and I got together with Andrew. We do have a process of moving forward with the code of conduct. He's going to be getting together with us individually, wants and needs, and kind of where we're lacking some things, and that way he can get the information here one-on-one from each of us on how we're going to move forward, what we don't like, and that way it's not it's individual, and we can speak freely about the changes we each would like to see, or what's not happening, or what is happening, and then we can all get together and make those changes and move forward. So we are moving forward on that. So we do have the plan. So he will be getting in touch with each and every one of you soon, and me. Yeah, and then I lost my train of thought. What I was going to say. Oh, tomorrow we're getting a flag dedicated to us, correct? Are we dedicating a flag?
Yeah,
this all happened with the last couple of days. So we're meeting at 9:30 from the Elks, and the flag is going where?
Across the freeway, the giant flag that is pretty much on the center of town on the freeway there.
Yeah, so the Elks is
The Boy Scouts used to do all the time every year.
I think so. Yeah. So the Elks is dedicating a new flag for over there, and they're
Sweet.
gonna dedicate that tomorrow morning. And Jason and I will be there to accept it. And Jason's gonna put it up, not me. I'm gonna sit down at the bottom of the flag. Just kidding.
So would other city council members
Yeah, come on down.
what time is it?
9:30 tomorrow morning.
And
Right here.
It's here. It's here.
It's here though.
Here at 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't go over there.
Yeah, got it.
We'll see. Where are you? Yeah. So come on down. And that's I'll end up with that. It's getting late. Thank you, everybody. Good night.